Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this hearing session, which forms part of the examination of the Bayborough and Mid Suffolk Joint Local Plan. If you can't hear me, please can you let the programme officer know as soon as possible. My name is Alison Partington and I'm one of the two inspectors appointed by the Secretary of State to conduct this examination and to report to the Council in due course. Before we start today's discussion, there are a number of housekeeping points that I need to run through. Firstly, to avoid disruption to proceedings, can I ask everyone to ensure that their mobile phones and laptops are turned to silent while the hearings are in session? As you are aware, the sessions are now all taking place virtually using Microsoft Teams. Everyone should have by now received guidance on attending the event from the programme officer, and this guidance is also available on the examination website. I won't be repeating all of it now, but there are a number of key points that I need to make people aware of. You should be aware that the proceedings are being live streamed to YouTube in order for the general public to observe them. Anyone who makes their own recording of the hearing session or any part of them should ensure that they comply with the law in terms of any distribution they make of that recording. Today's session is covering matter 7, which deals with environmental policies. The format of the session is a structured discussion, which I shall lead. Whilst the discussion will be based upon the matters and questions I've identified for this topic, there are some issues on which I need no further information beyond that which I've already received in writing, and on which there will therefore be little or no discussion. On others, I have a number of supplementary questions based on the contents of the statements I've received. All previously submitted written evidence is to be taken as read and need not be repeated at length. I'm not expecting that any additional or new material will be tabled at the hearings, as the aim is for everything to have been made available to everyone up front so that we can have a useful discussion. If you wish to refer me to documents within the examination library, please give me their reference number as well as their title. When you are not speaking, please can you make sure that your microphone is on mute. Given the number of participants today, whilst the discussion is ongoing, you may wish to switch your camera off when not speaking, although it would be helpful to me if the main council witnesses would keep their cameras on. If you'd like to contribute to the discussion, then please use the raised hand function. When I invite you to speak, remember to unmute your microphone and put your camera on, remembering to mute the microphone afterwards and take down your raised hand. I will invite people to speak in an order that is best to assist me, so please be patient if I don't come to you immediately. When given the opportunity to speak, please say what you need to say and make your contributions brief, focused and relevant to the question I've asked. There is no need to repeat what others have already said. And can I remind you that there's to be no use of the screen sharing function. I would ask everyone to be patient with others, as some are less used to using the technology and so may find getting to grips with it more difficult than others. Each session will be about 90 minutes in length. So this morning the session will run from 9:30 until around 11, and then from 11:30 till around 1. And the afternoon session will be from 2 till around 3:30. I'm now going to ask each of the participants to introduce themselves. Firstly, for the council.
Thank you, Madam. My name is Michael Bedford, Queen's Counsel. I'm a barrister instructed by the two councils to assist them with legal support in relation to the examination of the local plan. And today you'll be hearing, I think, from two of the council's officers, Ms. Claire Dawson, who is a strategic planning policy officer, and also from Mr. Robert Hobbs, the policy manager.
Thank you very much. And now taking the participants in alphabetical order, for Amber REI.
Good morning, Ma'am. Bennett Cook from Pegasus Group, as you say, on behalf of Amber RAI.
Thank you very much. Artisan Planning.
Good morning, Max Short for Artisan Planning. It's just me today. Leslie's not with us.
Right, thank you very much, Mr. Short. Chiltern Parish Council.
Good morning, Ma'am, and everybody else. My name is Valerie Hart. I'm Chair of Chiltern Parish Council. I've also made representations on these issues in my own personal capacity. I'm speaking on both purposes. Our views are pretty similar. If they differ, I'll make it clear, Ma'am, on whose behalf I'm speaking. Thank you.
Thank you very much. D.E.G. Baker.
Inspector, I haven't had a representative join yet. They are due to attend. If they do join later, you can tend for me to let them into the meeting.
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Thank you.
East Bergholt Parish Council.
Hello, I'm Joan Miller. I'm Chairman of East Bergholt Parish Council.
Thank you, Mrs. Miller. For the HBF.
Good morning, Ma'am. Mark Berrant from the Home Builders Federation.
Thank you very much. Mid Suffolk Green Party.
Morning, Ma'am. Andrew Stringer, representing today Mid Suffolk Green Party. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stringer. Persimmon.
Again, Inspector, the representative hasn't joined the meeting. I'm assuming you'll contend for them to come in.
Yes, yes, thank you.
you.
Pigeon.
Good morning, Ma'am. Yes, Sophie Payne from Turley, representing Pigeon Investment Management Limited and their landowners, and I'm joined today by Rob Snowling from Pigeon as well.
Thank you very much. The Store and Irwell Society.
Jessica Ferguson, MRP, on behalf of an Irwell.
I'm having difficulty hearing you.
Oh, apologies. I think it might.
Your microphone's gone very quiet, Jessica. Are you using the one off your?
Yes, my headphones.
Whether you need to pull that up slightly to your mouth, but earlier on it was very loud and clear. So
apologies.
That's
is
better.
this any better? I'll hold it up here. Perfect.
Yes.
Apologies for that.
Thank you very much. Stradbroke Parish Council.
Good morning. My name's Odile Vladon. I'm the clerk at Stradbroke Parish Council.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Vladon. Sudbury Area Greenbelt Group.
Hello, thank you very much. Sudbury Area Greenbelt Group, Nick Miller.
Thank you. Glad we can hear you today, Mr. Miller. Hope that continues. Sue Ives. You're on mute, Mrs. Ives.
Apologies.
It's all right.
Morning, everybody. Good morning, Ma'am. I am here in my own personal capacity. Thank you.
Thank you. Suffolk County Council.
Good morning, I'm Cameron Clough. I'm a planning officer at Suffolk County Council. It is just myself attending today. Thank you.
Thank you. And finally, the Vistry Group.
Inspector, I have received an email from them a moment ago saying they no longer wish to participate today. So late apologies.
Right, thank you for that. Let me just make sure. So is there anyone else who's here who hasn't introduced themselves? Great. Does anyone have any questions on the procedural aspects of the session? And are there any housekeeping points that the LPA or the programme officer need to raise with me? Yes, Mrs. Feeney?
Inspector, a few participants did wonder the order of today, as we are planning to run over 2 days, and I think some of them have some personal commitments outside and perhaps don't need to sit through every policy. I just wondered if you felt comfortable giving an indication to the participants of the running order.
Yes, I'm proposing to go through them as they come in the plan, basically. So we'll start with the 2 strategic policies, SP09 and SP10, and then start with LP17 and run through them in order. I'm aware that people are interested in different policies. We're covering a lot of different ground under this section. So I realise there may be policies that you're not interested in. So feel free when to have your camera off if you just want to listen to the discussion in the background because you're not interested in those policies. But that will be the running order, is the order. So if you're only interested in ones that are later on, you may want to come back in a little while. As I say, we do have a lot to deal with this topic. We do have 2 days allocated to it, but if I can urge you all to be concise, we may not need to use all of that time. And remember what I did say earlier, that just because I don't ask a question on an issue, it doesn't mean that I haven't taken on board the comments. It just means that I don't consider I need any further information on it other than what I've received in writing. Mr. Bedford, do you want to come in with a point now?
Thank you, Madam. Yes, just briefly on the timetable issues. Obviously, as you've indicated, dealing with it sequentially as we go through the plan makes sense. It's just what I wouldn't want to happen is that anybody who's only interested in the, as it were, the latter parts of the policies in the LP section, as it were, completely disengages today, thinking that it'll just all be tomorrow. Because whilst I'm not at the moment, I don't really have a view as to how much time we will need to spend on things. It's certainly conceivable that it's, one possibility could be that by the end of this afternoon we're there or thereabouts on completing all matters, and in which case you might decide, well, with 15 minutes or 20 minutes further this afternoon we might be able to finish things. So perhaps if I could suggest that if people who aren't really interested in the earlier parts of the plan policies, certainly, as it were, even if they log out this morning, if they can perhaps check back in at 2 o'clock, because we will then have a better progress idea as to how far we've gone and how much we still have to do. I say, rather than finding that they log out completely today, and then although we want to, as it were, finish today, we find we can't because people are no longer available. So that's all I would suggest, that if people can perhaps check in at lunchtime if they're not interested in this morning's business.
Yes, and even check back in at 11:30 just to see how we're doing each time. You say I can't. Yeah. It's difficult to judge how long each discussion is going to take because it depends. I mean, obviously I've got my questions, but other people may come in with other things. So it's difficult for me to say exactly. But I say if you're only interested in LP29, then I would hazard a guess that we won't be onto that till this afternoon. At the earliest, but yes, it may be more advisable not to log out, but just to have things running in the background, and with your camera off and your microphone off if you're only interested in some of the later policies. I hope that helps people as much as I can do at this stage. On that basis, we'll start with the discussion, and we'll look at SP09 to start off with. Now, I note the council's suggested main modifications to both the policy and the supporting text regarding air quality. I do consider those are necessary for soundness. But can I just clarify with the council, the supporting text, which is numbered paragraph 1219, does that overwrite the existing paragraph 1219, or is it meant to go in and become a new, and the existing 1219 becomes 1220? So is it basically an additional paragraph, or is it superseding?
Sorry, madam. I'll just double check with Mr. Hobbs, but I think the intention is that it's additional rather than instead of. So there'll be a renumbering issue that we'd have to pick up on.
Right. Thank you. And are there any comments that anyone else wants to raise about those suggested modifications on the air quality issue? No, right. So I know there's been some comments made. Oh, Mr. Miller, did you want to come in about the air quality?
I hope you don't mind me asking, just simply, I'm not sure what's meant by the quality issue. I'm looking at SP09. Is that what we're looking at, please?
It's just the council, it's been published in their suggested modifications that they need to make some additional changes to policy SP09 to consider the air quality. So it's just some additional text.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
That's right. Lady Hart, did you want to?
I just wanted to ask Mum, but I think you may have answered that, is that I looked at the matter statement and which was June for this matter, and there wasn't a modification for air quality in that. Is that in the modification schedule now, these modifications that you're referring to? Because I'm sorry.
Yes, it is.
Okay. Yeah. I'm looking at those then. Right.
Yeah, madam, sorry, it's probably our fault for not making that position clear enough, but the document that people would need to look at, it's document H.07, and in terms of the suggested text changes, it's ST23 on page 7 of H.07. Proposes a text change to introduce a new paragraph 12.19, and then the suggested text change 24, which is on page 8 of the document, introduces, as it were, an equivalent change to criterion 4 SP09. So those are the matters that people would need to look at if they want to follow that through.
Apologies, Mum, but could we ask for a few minutes just to have a look at both of those? I apologise, I'd missed them, and it sounds like Mr. Miller had too. Or would it be convenient to come back to them after the 11 o'clock break?
Yes, if after the break, if you've got any comments, then I'll you can come back. It's just to pick up some work that they're doing in relation to the HRA particularly.
Thank you, Mum.
No problem. Now, I'd like to ask the council, it's been suggested that this policy focuses on mitigation and compensation rather than avoidance, and I wondered what the council's response to that is.
Thank you, Anna. I don't think we would accept that as a criticism of SPO 9. Clearly, it's a high-level policy. It's to be read together with the more detailed LP policies. But as I say, we don't see the aims of the policy as excluding mitigation from what it is seeking to require. And
it was more avoidance rather than mitigation.
Sorry. Sorry. Well, we don't see it as really dealing with excluding avoidance. I mean, it's clearly it's seeking throughout all of its objectives both to support enhancement and management of the resources, and in relation to habitats sites, obviously it's clearly seeking contributions where that is appropriate and compliant with the recreational disturbance and avoidance mitigation strategy. So clearly it recognises that avoidance is part of the overall strategy, and it defers effectively to that strategy as to which of the measures, whether it's avoidance, mitigation or compensation, is appropriate. So, I mean, we're not, I think, probably precious about it. I mean, if, Madam, you think that more clarity is needed in the wording of criterion 2, then yeah, we're happy to look at that. But yeah, we don't think that it's necessary in terms of what the policy already sets out that it's intended to achieve.
Thank you. And do you consider that the plan? I mean, another comment was that the plan isn't making. It should be looking more at creating realistic and attractive alternatives for people to use and visit. Do you consider that the plan deals with that adequately?
Well, I think in overall terms, I mean, I'll bring in Ms. Dawson if she's got any particular comments, but in overall terms, we think that we've got a strategy which is effectively in place and is effectively tried and tested and is working. And we haven't sought to use this policy to effectively micromanage the implementation of that strategy. Because as far as our approach is concerned, we think the strategy works. So quite what one would do on an individual case-by-case basis to deliver on the strategy, we think is probably better dealt with outside of the plan and through the strategy and then the application of that strategy to individual cases. But I'll ask Ms. Dawson if she's got any particular comments she wants to add on that point.
If I can just bring forward that the strategy that's being mentioned is to do with the increase in residential development and dwellings within a certain zone of influence, which is 13 kilometres, for the impact upon special protection areas and Ramsar, which are along the Stour Nord Royal estuary. This is to do with visitor increase that would be sort of like brought about because of the increase in residents within that vicinity. It doesn't take away that if there's a large development of, say, 50 dwellings or more, there would still be the requirement for the SANGs or other open space and alternative measures that will be introduced. This is purely to deal with the recreational disturbance that will be expected. There's calculations that have been brought forward by the technical consultants that actually produce this strategy to actually ascertain, what mitigation measures would be required for the cumulative impact from even from one dwelling within that zone of influence.
Thank you, that's helpful. Can I ask, Mr. Miller, you want to ask a question?
Yes, thank you very much. I honestly wish I could say that this was a very good plan, as Mr. Bedford has it. I assume, having listened to Claire Dawson, I assume that we're not simply talking about Ramsar sites and special protection areas on estuaries, but biodiversity in general across the districts. I think it's absolutely very unfortunate if points about such central issue in this topic is avoidance. Looking at the NPPF paragraph 175, it's going to be very unfortunate if, when these case-by-case planning applications come up, the public and wildlife bodies have no strategy statement from BEBA that they can refer to. It's very difficult to make any case for biodiversity in a planning application because generally, I think people will agree, BEBA doesn't give any weight to biological issues and doesn't refer to them in its planning officer reports. And it's very important to me that the local plan doesn't simply conform with the law as sort of analysed by a lawyer, but actually spells out what can and can't be agreed about a biodiverse site. To say tried, tested and working, as Mr. Bedford does, isn't my experience of planning applications. And I don't agree. I'm surprised that he says that it would be micromanaging. It's not micromanaging to spell out in the local plan what the strategies are. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Bedford, do you want to respond to that at all?
Thank you. Yes, I mean, there's a. It's important to understand there are different things that SP09 is dealing with, and SP09-2 is very much targeted at and focused on dealing with the policy approach to addressing impacts on European sites, which are protected by the Habitats Directive and the Habitats Regulations, and that is its focus. And it wouldn't be appropriate to dilute that focus by broadening out that approach to sites or areas which are not subject to the protections which are given by the Habitat Regulations. So we don't think that Criterion 2 should be broadened to other areas, as I think Mr. Miller was suggesting. But obviously, the wider point that Mr. Miller was raising about the importance of having regard to biodiversity issues beyond legal requirements in the Habitats Regulations is addressed by Criterion 1 and Criterion 3 of SP09, so different parts of the policy. And I say, repeating the point I made a while ago, that this is the strategic policy, and then you also have to read parts of SP09 together with the local policies. Certainly, again, without taking too much time, we don't accept Mr. Miller's characterisation of the BEBA District Council's approach to biodiversity and environmental issues, which we do consider are properly and adequately assessed in the course of dealing with the development management function. But I'm sure you don't want to get, as it were, sidetracked into a wherewithal of how the policies are implemented in the past. So we think that the policy SB09 sets out a suitable strategic framework.
Yes, and we'll obviously be covering biodiversity I think it's LP18, isn't it, that specifically looks at bio and geodiversity. So we will look at that much more when we're there. Lady Hart.
Thank you, Ma'am. Following on from Mr. Miller's point about the broader issues, Chiltern Parish Council similarly feel that Criterion 1 does not extend far enough. It merely says that Council will require development to support the enhancement and management. And then it lists a whole number of issues. In fact, the NPPF requires the Council to go further than that. It's supposed to conserve and protect the landscape biodiversity and the historic environment. So we feel as a strategic policy, this policy needs to be more widely worded, and it should reflect the requirements of the NPPF. Now, the Council may say they don't intend to replicate the NPPF, but actually in this policy to guide planning committees, we feel very strongly that it does need to spell out that it is avoidance, not just management, and therefore it should have wording of either conserve or protect included in it. So it could read conserve and conserve or protect and enhance and manage. And I don't think that's too onerous a requirement to ask the Council to reflect, please. Thank you.
Mr. Bedford, do you want to come back on that, on the wording?
Yeah, well, Madam, I don't think we feel that it's a necessary change, because the management of the resource will include conserving where that is appropriate or protecting where that is appropriate. So we think it's already captured. But again, I don't think it's an area where we're particularly precious about it. If you think that reference to supporting the enhancement and management of the natural environment doesn't sufficiently recognise the role of protecting or conserving, so I don't think we would particularly have a problem with supplementing that wording. I mean, obviously the way that it's put in the NPPF paragraphs 174 and 175, I say 174 A does talk about protecting strategic approach to maintaining and enhancing. Oh, I can now be heard. Sorry, I seem to be having a slight internet difficulty this morning, Madam. I'm not sure where I was lost there. I think the point I was making is that I say if you look at 174, that refers in A to protecting and enhancing inter alia sites of biodiversity or geological value. 175 talks about taking a strategic approach to maintaining and enhancing networks of habitats and green infrastructure. We've used the managing and enhancing phraseology, but I say we're not particularly precious about that.
Well, yeah, that's something I will look at. Mr. Miller, do you want to come back in again?
Thank you. I honestly don't want to have a to and fro with Mr. Bedford. That doesn't arise, and because I'll mention that I actually accept his answer about things belonging later on, not in that bit SP thingy. However, I just want to briefly point out that SPO thingy is worded entirely in the context that the planning permission already exists, and that it's now at the stage of requirements on developers. I can't see that. There has to be an overall statement of what BABA will do about biodiverse areas, not just what developers will do within the context of a development. And Mr. Bedford says that in paragraph NPPF 175, the word maintain, I think he's saying that maintain and avoid are the same thing. I would have thought, to me, the word maintain means some sort of caretaking, not avoidance. He may be right to say that maintain means avoidance, but the NPPF 175 is so clear in using the word avoidance and in defining what avoidance is. And I don't find the word avoidance in any. I'm just merely making a point. I'm not trying to have a discussion with Mr. Bedford. I just merely want to point out that I don't see the word avoid in any of BABA's documents. And if BABA doesn't say something like this in its local plan, how can the public say to councillors in individual cases whether or not a development conforms with the local plan? Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Stringer, do you want to?
Yeah, thank you, Ma'am. Just want to make an observation, then go on to the policy. It's always been an irony to me that most modern developments would always name the development after the very thing they tended to destroy. And that tended to be named birds and various animals and brooks and things. And of course, governments now notice that. We've noticed it. There has been declared a biodiversity emergency. I certainly was born at a time where a very popular band called the Beatles were top of the charts. And since I was born, we've lost 2 of the Beatles, the group. We've also lost 50% of all insect biodiversity. And that desperately needs to be turned around. And the government has realised this. And the minister, in their ministerial statement in 2019, in the spring statement, it stated that all developments must at least create a 10% increase in biodiversity. For us, that should really be in the overarching strategy right from the start. So we feel that should be in SP09, because often with like outline permissions and reserve matters, it's often very difficult to rely on something you haven't already flagged up in a more broader brush scenario. So also the avoidance mitigation thing, often avoidance is the mitigation and actually the easiest route. If you've already got a species living in a particular area, it's probably there because it likes it and it's a good place for it to be. So avoidance is often, for a developer, the easiest and least expensive route to take. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I must say, I've said I will consider the wording of the policy and think whether, in terms of what's been said, is there anything, obviously, in terms of the biodiversity net gain, that is covered in LP 18, I think I'm right in saying, and we will come on and discuss that later. But is there anything on this point, those points that Mr. Miller or Mr. Stringer have said, that you want to come back on, Mr. Bedford, before we move on?
Madam, just very briefly, and we will look at it under LP 18. LP 18 criterion 1 does expressly include avoidance of impacts as part of its hierarchy of measures. So it's not accurate to say that the plan doesn't include avoidance. It does in that more detailed policy. And we think it's implicit in what's set out in SB09. And similarly, on Mr. Stringer's concern, biodiversity net gain is dealt with in more detail in LP 18, but it is headlined, as it were, in SB09 item 3, which refers directly to biodiversity net gain. So I don't think in a sense there's a disagreement between the councils and the participants who've spoken so far about what the objectives are that we're seeking to achieve. I think we're all marching to the same destination. We think that the way that the plan is worded currently provides sufficient to enable us to get to that destination. Obviously, I say we're not precious. If it's thought that there is some further wording refinement that's needed, then we would be happy to consider that. We just at the moment are not persuaded it's necessary, given the way that the plan policies work, with having a strategic policy and then more detail in the local policies that follow on.
Right, thank you. Mr. Stringer, again, you want to? I don't want to prolong this discussion too much.
Absolutely not. And I appreciate that. It's just stating that if you have a strategic aim that says you will at least deliver X percentage, I always read local policies as being somewhat watered down when I'm reading them, as I would a strategic policy. And as far as I'm concerned, when I'm deliberating at development control committees, the strategic policies to me tend to have slightly more weight than a local policy. That might be me reading it wrong as an elected member. Having said that, I always feel that a big strategic policy that completely links to a government aspiration is seriously setting the scene. Not forgetting, of course, that most of our development happens on arable fields, which are not heavy on biodiversity. A 10% gain is not difficult on an arable field, frankly. And equally, we have an issue here about when we make the assessment, because often what happens with development is a permission is sought, agriculture stops, nature starts to take over, the permission is granted, is then left another year almost before diggers arrive. So often you've got a 20 and 30% biodiversity increase before the developer puts a bucket in the ground. So let's say, as far as I'm concerned, we would really like to see that strategic aim running through all of the policies like a stick of rock. Thank you, Mum.
Thank you. I mean, I've heard that point, and I will consider whether the wording needs to be changed on the policy. Lady Hart, just.
I'll be very brief, Ma'am. I would just like to strongly endorse what Mr. Stringer says about the strategic policy needs to spell out the aim. There's a reference to the council's project in Criterion 3. I'm not entirely clear what the project is, but I do think this policy the strategic policy should make it explicit, not be implicit, as the council proposes. Like Mr. Stringer, my experience is that in attending development planning committees, that the greater weight is put by the planning committees on the strategic policies than the local policies. And quite often they will say, well, it's not in the strategic policy, there's a reason for not following it. So I think the council, as Mr. Bedford said, we're all driving to the same aim and conclusion, but some of us feel that it should be made explicit in the strategic policy, so there will be guidance to the members who are then interpreting it, rather than it just being in the local policies. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Hobbs.
Thank you, Ma'am. Just following on to that final point, if it's clearer, rather than saying the council's project, perhaps we could say relevant biodiversity projects or something of that ilk. That would provide more clarity.
Yes, that might be helpful. So relevant biodiversity projects, yeah. Lady Hart, is your a new hand, or have you just not taken it down from? You're still on mute.
Apologies, I had tried to take it down, but it hadn't worked. I have
Right, yeah,
it
that's all right then. Right, like I say, I've heard that discussion. I'll reflect on that and decide whether some changes to the wording are required or not. Can just to move on then, can I ask the council, in your statement you refer to a review of the county wildlife site and the wildlife corridors. Can you update me where you are with that? And
thank you, Madam. I think probably Ms Dawson's probably best placed to help you on that.
Thank you. Yes, they're ongoing. We have some samples of the wildlife corridors in draft format at this moment that are available for inspection. And the county wildlife sites, my understanding is that they are near completion.
Thank you. That's all I wanted to raise with SPO 9. Is there anything from any of the other participants before we move on? No, so we'll move to SP 10, which is the climate change policy. And it's being suggested by a number of representatives that this policy simply repeats current legislation rather than being specific to the 2 districts it's covered. And I wondered what the council views on that are.
I think the headline position would be that obviously responding to climate change is wider than local issue. It's both a national and an international issue. So to that extent, it's perhaps not surprising that the policy sets out, as it were, general principles which would apply not only within these districts, but one also would expect to apply elsewhere. Obviously, how those criteria are then applied in a development management context would be more local, but I don't think we would accept, as it were, the criticism that we haven't addressed how the development in the districts need to respond to, I say, what is a national and an international concern.
Thank you. Is there anything any participant wants to say about that at all? Lady Hart?
Chiltern Parish Council considered there should be some measurable standards in here. Our experience is that developers pay little attention to this. Just recently in our parish, despite gas boilers being intended to be outlawed by the government, a developer has successfully received planning permission to have gas boilers used for a residential housing development which hasn't yet started, the one called Chiltern Woods. That was quite strongly opposed by a number of the public parish councils and the Green Party, but was allowed by the planning committee. So it may be helpful to elected members who have to decide on issues that there are some measurable standards here. Both Mid Suffolk and Baber have and Suffolk County Council has declared a climate emergency. So it would assist to have some sort of standards, such as, for example, that land which is not to be developed and to be green open space or community woodland in developments should not be built on. At the moment, most developers build on that land, they don't protect it, and they're allowed to do that. So a considerable carbon emission is caused by that. It's then that land has to be then remediated because the concrete is dug up. It may be that Mr. Bedford will say that should be dealt with in a local policy, but it would be helpful to have some measurable standards that both councils require developers to adhere to in this policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Miller, are you wanting to come in as well?
Yes, thank you very much, Madam. I'll just slip in that, like Lady Hart, I think that while we have climate emergency policies, there's somehow, whether it is the fault of the local plan, is this really getting through? So also in Chiltern, as it happens, there's a repeat planning application. I'm not asking for decision to be made on this planning application, but just for information, I'd say that a repeat application has been made for a gas-powered electricity generating station close to Chiltern Church. Now, this was again refused by Baber Planning, but if my information is correct, it was only refused on the casting vote of the chairman. And I just think that this reflects the gaps that can occur between what local government or national government says it's doing and what actually happens when developments are applied for. I haven't anything more intelligent to say than that, but I think that's worth mentioning. Thank you.
Do the council want to respond on those kind of points?
Madam, yes, just briefly. Obviously, LP 25 is the more specific policy which puts flesh on the bones of SP 10 in terms of achieving sustainable construction and design, and does set out specific standards which are expected to be achieved. So we think that's the right approach, that you have strategic policies which set out overall objectives, and then local policies which provide more detail for development management decisions. And obviously that's been the approach we've taken consistently throughout all of the chapters and topics dealt with by the plan. As a matter of approach, we wouldn't be terribly keen to have one particular topic dealt with in a completely different way, so that the strategic policies no longer take that kind of, as it were, overarching approach, and then the detailed policies follow on, because the plan would then be somewhat anomalous if you adopted that approach. So I think we'd be keen to keep to the structure of the plan. And we think that the right place for the sort of detail, which I think Lady Hart was referring to, is in an LP policy. So far as Mr. Miller's point is concerned, again, labouring the point, this isn't a review of the development management decision-making processes of either of the district councils. It's a examination into the content of the policy framework set by the local plan. And so it wouldn't be appropriate to get sidetracked into detailed circumstances of particular applications, albeit one notes that the one that Mr. Miller referred to was one that led to a refusal ultimately for whatever reason, rather than a grant. So it doesn't really, in a sense, advance matters to go into the detail of that. I see Mr. Hobbs probably wants to add some further comment on this.
Thank you. Well, I'll just draw your attention also to the monitoring framework on pages 134 to 136 of the Joint Local Plan document, which has indicators there about how the councils seek to sort of monitor the environmental objectives across the suite of policies.
Thank you. Mrs. Ives?
Yes, thank you. My comment in relation to SP10 is that there is no mention of waste disposal, waste management, which, if you look at NPPF 20, 2B, says that waste management and waste water should be considered. And I think that that needs to be perhaps included in this part of the policy. And I'm speaking specifically in relation to the industrial sort of expansion of intensive poultry units, where waste management is critical because the units generate huge volumes of waste, which has clearly a heavily polluting effect. So something of that nature needs to be considered in this policy. It also doesn't take into account cumulative or in combination effects of developments. And elsewhere in the local plan, policy SP03 says the cumulative impact of proposals will be a material consideration, and perhaps wording of that nature should be included here.
Thank you. Mr. Bedford, would you or your colleagues like to respond?
Thank you. If I start, and again, maybe Mr. Hobbs, if he's got any further comments. Paragraph 20 of the NPPF sets out what strategic policies should seek to address. And Ms. Ives is correct that item B of paragraph 20 does talk about infrastructure for transport, telecommunications, security, waste management, water supply, wastewater, flood risk and coastal change management, and the provision of minerals and energy, including heat. However, as Madam, you will be aware, in addition to this local plan, or the joint local plan, the waste planning function is not a matter which itself is dealt with by the local plan. It's dealt with by the Suffolk County Council's responsibilities as the waste planning authority. And so specific proposals for waste management facilities would be matters that you would expect to find addressed in the minerals and waste local plan and not in this local plan. This local plan would, from a development management point of view, it would be relevant to take into account the waste implications of developments which are proposed in the plan. So housing development having, as it were, suitable means of waste collection and waste disposal, so far as the dwellings are concerned, and likewise employment development or indeed other forms of development. But as it were, the process where, as it were, the waste that's then collected is subsequently dealt with, managed and disposed of, that's more a matter for the waste planning process rather than a matter for the local plan to deal with. And certainly we don't think that SP10 would be the appropriate vehicle within the local plan for introducing a reference to that wider issue of waste management. So that's a matter for the County Council's minerals and waste local plan. And perhaps I'll just bring Mr. Hobbs if there's anything further he wants to add.
Thank you. Yeah, the only thing I was going to add is we touch on this under policy LP17 when we get to that, and in the first paragraph of that, 15.01 makes reference to the need to take account of waste, but as Mr. Bedford alludes to, the County Council have that function. That's all I want to say.
Thank you. Mrs. Ives, do you want to come back? I see. You're still on mute, Mrs. Ives.
Yes, there have been a couple of recent cases which I understand the council will be aware of. One is commonly known as Squires, and the other has more recently become part of a court order for East Suffolk Council in relation to intensive poultry unit developments, whereby it is the planning authority's responsibility to understand exactly where the waste generated from these units is destined.
Thank you. And Stradbroke Parish Council, do you want to come in on this as well?
Yeah, I was actually just going to say what Sue had said, that Squire versus Shropshire 2019 and Keating versus East Suffolk make it clear that it is the local planning authority's responsibility to ensure that the litter, the chicken waste, is properly disposed of, and wherever it's going has the capacity to take it, and therefore it is important. This isn't covered in LP24 or any other policy, and this is a growing industry in rural areas of Mid Suffolk, and it could cause the issues that Shropshire and Herefordshire are experiencing now. So it is important that it is taken into account and added to the policies.
Mr. Bedford, do you want to come back on that?
Yes, I think the issue of particular court cases involving individual planning decisions is separate to what the policy framework ought to be. I mean, I think in particular, without getting into the detail of those cases, in the Squires case, the issue was a development proposal was being put forward on the basis that it would, as part of that proposal, include effectively the spreading of waste products on adjacent land. And that was part and parcel of what was being proposed. And in the context of an assessment of that application, the decision-making local planning authority was found not to have considered the environmental implications of that spreading operation. And that was found not to be a valid decision. And so that decision was quashed. But that development management issue is not, we would suggest, relevant to the question of what the content of the plan's policies ought to be. I say the strategic policy is not an appropriate vehicle for dealing with waste issues, and as Mr. Hobbs has said, policy LP 17 on environmental protection does have regard in its criterion, and in particular in criterion 2, to take into account any polluting effects that there would be from development. So obviously at the development management stage, depending on what was proposed, there would be the opportunity to consider that under LP 17. But I do go back to the basic point. The actual provision of adequate facilities for dealing with waste management is a function that the Town and Country Planning Act places on the Waste Planning Authority, and it's therefore that's a matter for the County Council to consider as part of its waste planning function, and it wouldn't be appropriate for the District Council's plan, as it were, to double up or to duplicate on a waste planning matter.
Thank you. I've heard those points, and I will give that further consideration. Lady Hart.
Two general points on the wording of the policy, Ma'am, if I may. In criterion 1A, the last sentence refers to proactive approaches may include. Could the council consider replacing may with will, so it's more directive? There could be some other wording to say that that wasn't exclusive of other approaches, but if it's may, developers may not necessarily do that. And the parish council had a query on C, what the principle of holistic water management was, because that wasn't a defined term at the point of which we were required to put in our representations to the local plan. And I don't, if I could just ask for clarification of that. It may have been clarified since, but we don't know. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bedford, do you want to pick up on those points?
I think if I just deal with the first point, I don't think we would want to change item 1A simply because the sustainable construction techniques that regulate building temperature, tree planting and shelter in the public realms, etc., might not be relevant to all forms of development. And obviously they wouldn't be relevant to changes of use proposals, for example. So I think we think that may is the appropriate way of dealing with that. As to item C and what is meant by the concept of holistic water management, I'm not sure whether that's Mr. Hobbs perhaps can help on that.
Thank you. Yeah, holistic water management is sort of about linking all aspects of water management together, and so working closely with partners across the county through the Greenest County Initiative to try and develop new ways of delivering flood alleviation, to provide more reliable water resources and to improve water-based ecosystems and water quality. So that's an initiative. If it helps to put that in the glossary, we can do that.
Thank you. Yes, it might be if it's a obviously I think a relatively new phrase, so it might help to. Ms. Dawson.
Yes, just to clarify, there is a paragraph 15.65 in under the LP 28 policy that provides an explanation of holistic water management as well.
Thank you. Mr. Miller.
Thank you very much, Madam. I don't know if this would be a matter you could help with. Before I say anything, I do take Mr. Bedford's point that sometimes the wording about a particular thing belongs in a different place than I'm suggesting. I do accept that, I guess. In the local plan document between SP09 and SP10, it refers to, this sounds very green, accumulating and storing gases in oceans, forests and soils. This is actually quite true, even for our area, which doesn't have oceans and arguably may not have forests. There are important carbon sinks which we wouldn't want to see built on, and these include wet woodlands which have big layers of peat, well, layers of peat anyway, sometimes big, and wet meadows. Now, I know I'm getting into too much detail here, but again come up against the issue that Baber sees the solution to all these problems, apparently, by putting them in the context of what developers will do on developments, and not really considering whether some land should be developed or not. And if you look at these environmental measures that Claire Dawson has just referred to, I suspect you'll find that, for instance, the one about water that she referred to is about having SUDs. This implication of this is that you can build on very wet meadowland, which is a carbon sink, as long as you have SUDs. And I think people will by now have realized that SUDs is not beneficial to wildlife, particularly. That has been said by leading people who've studied it. So, Madam, I simply want to suggest that it might be ideal if these SP documents didn't simply refer to what is required on development and that the climate emergency and such things could be referred to as matters that might require avoidance. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anything, Mr. Bedford, do you want to say about that?
I think in terms of the specifics, wet woodland and wet meadows clearly are important biological resources, and where they are of value are likely to be included within the either county wildlife sites or indeed higher designations in appropriate cases, some maybe SSSIs, for example. So clearly they are things which, where they are of biodiversity value, are recognised through other designations. I don't think we would accept the criticism of SUDs as an appropriate technique, which will include, in terms of whether or not it's appropriate in particular locations, taking into account any biodiversity implications. So those are the sort of points that I think we'd make about those general matters. I'll perhaps just ask Ms. Dawson whether there's anything particular she wanted to comment on about the specifics to help, but as we'll reassure Mr. Miller that matters are appropriately recognised by the council in terms of taking an appropriate approach.
Yes, thank you. I mean, the policies at the end of the day set out this is the standard. So you're tipping into LP18 when you're starting to talk about specific landscape features. You've got LP18 and also landscape, which is LP19, which provides sort of like greater detail on specific and treasured features of each landscape character. And obviously when you go into any planning application, you've got the biodiversity hierarchy that would need to be taken into consideration, as well as flood risk zones. And if you've got very, or recognised wet areas, then they're going to be high on the flood risk zone map as well. So they would all be taken into consideration, and alternative sites would be sort of like encouraged, rather than sort of building on areas that are deemed as having biodiversity or landscape sensitivity.
Thank you. Mr. Miller, did you want to come back on that, or is your hand just up from before? Yeah, I think it was just hand up.
So yes, I didn't realise my hand was still up, and I'll just only briefly say that yes, I understand when Claire Dawson says they'll be in the LP policies, but I'll just say that SP09 and SP10 both start with the words, "The council will require development to," and I'd be very pleased if these carbon sink areas and such like are included in those networks. I think I'm going to mention later that it's a great shame that we can't see the document that Claire Dawson says is just being completed or has been completed. So just again, making the point that I'm not, the SP 9 and 10 talk about in the context of where development is happening. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I've taken that on board and will consider it when I look at the wording of those policies. Mrs. Frowson?
Thank you. I'm sorry to go back to something that Mr. Bedford said about the waste management being the responsibility of Suffolk County Council. I can't find anywhere on any documentation that I've read. I've been looking at poultry waste for a long time. I could bore you to death with my knowledge of poultry waste, which is not something I thought I'd ever have to learn. I have spoken to Suffolk County Council and Norfolk County Council. There is one anaerobic digester in both counties that is licensed under Suffolk and Norfolk to process poultry litter. The Thetford Power Station is not the responsibility of Suffolk County Council, of Norfolk County Council. I would just like clarification that the policing, so to speak, of the management of the waste of from the chickens is the responsibility of the county council, because I can't find that anywhere, and I've got a funny feeling this is going to fall between the cracks of everybody saying it's somebody else's problem. And I'd just like clarification, because there's an awful lot of chicken waste that will be produced by the intensive poultry units feeding the factory at Eye, and there is one anaerobic digester that is in Suffolk's plan. There are no anaerobic digesters in Norfolk's plan. And as I say, the Thetford Power Station doesn't come under the control of Norfolk County Council. So I just wonder if somebody could clarify with Suffolk County Council that it is their responsibility to ensure that the management of the poultry litter is taken care of, and that we're not this isn't falling between the cracks, because if it is, then this local plan would be a good opportunity to resolve that problem.
Thank you. Mr. Clow, are you probably the best person to respond to that?
Yeah, just hopefully I can be helpful on the County Council's responsibilities when it comes to waste management facilities. It's the County Council's responsibility to plan for sufficient waste management facilities to meet the needs of the county. We do that through the Suffolk Minerals and Waste Local Plan. I can tell you at present that the current Minerals and Waste Local Plan, which was adopted last year, does not allocate any additional land for the construction of waste facilities, with the exception of Sizewell A, but that's to do with the nuclear decommissioning reasoning, so that's separate to this discussion. The need was assessed at the time when we were making the local plan, and when it comes around time to review that plan again, the need for new waste facilities will also be assessed. But when it comes to the specific planning applications for poultry units, the local planning authority is of course the district councils, and so it would be to them to look at the potential waste impacts of those developments. Thank you. I hope that clarifies.
Yeah, thank you. Is there anything, Mr. Bedford, you want to say on that point? I mean, obviously, I've heard both sides, but just as the council want to say anything more?
Madam, no, only I say the basic point is that the county council is responsible for considering whether or not there are adequate waste management facilities available to meet the needs arising over the planned period, and that it has done through its recent waste minerals and waste local plan, and then when a specific application comes forward, then obviously as part of the consideration of that application, there will be a need to consider any of its, as it were, environmental impacts, which could include waste as any of the other environmental impacts. It's not, I say, the district council's local planning function to plan for the provision of waste facilities, but it will obviously want to consider and satisfy itself when a individual application is put forward that there are adequate arrangements either in place or planned for to enable its waste impacts to be adequately addressed. So I don't think it's a case of things falling between two stools, which I think is what was being suggested. It's just a question of if there are to be policies dealing with waste management, which plan should they be in? To which the answer is waste management policies should be in a minerals and waste local plan. But obviously environmental impacts are, as Mr. Hobbs has already set out, picked up in LP 17 of this local plan.
Right, thank you. I think I've heard enough about that issue to consider, and that one I'm looking at the policy wording. Lady Hart, have you got a point you want to make?
Please, Ma'am. Just going back to the debate about the content of what should be in strategic policies and what should be in local policies, with regard to SP09 and SP010, paragraph 20 of the NPPF specifically states that strategic policies should set out an overall strategy, and I'd emphasise that wording, for the pattern, scale and quality of development, and make sufficient provision for, and then it lists various paragraphs of what is meant to be dealt with, and specifically in 20 subparagraph D, it states conservation and enhancement of the natural, built and historic environment, including landscapes and green infrastructure. And it goes on to say planning measures to address climate change mitigation and adaptation. And I would say, Ma'am, that the paragraph 20 of the NPPA clearly requires there to be an explicit strategy, not one which is implicit and which may be inferred from reference to other subsidiary policies.
Thank you. Mr. Bedford, do you want to come back on that point?
Yes, Madam, obviously, ultimately, I think we'll probably need to be guided by you on the approach that the plan has taken. Clearly, paragraph 20, as Lady Hart says, talks about what strategic policies should do and that they should make sufficient provision for a number of things. But it doesn't, as we would read it, seek to be prescriptive about what mechanisms are then used to make that sufficient provision. And what you need to be satisfied is that the local plan strategic policies do provide sufficient mechanisms, and they do that by setting out what those overarching objectives are, and then the detailed policies, the local plan policies in Part 3, then provide the specific measures which are intended to deliver on those objectives. I say we see that as not inconsistent with what the NPPF is expecting, and we also note that paragraph 21 goes on to say that plans should make explicit which policies are strategic policies. They should be limited to those necessary to address the strategic priorities of the area. Strategic policies should not extend to detailed matters which are more appropriately dealt with through neighbourhood plans or other non-strategic policies. I say we think that the structure and the way that we've gone about it has got it right. Obviously, I say if you consider that more should be incorporated into the strategic policies and less should be in the detailed policies, then obviously if you think that that's a soundness issue and that we've misinterpreted the NPPF, no doubt you will tell us. But we think that we've drawn the distinction correctly between what should be in a strategic policy and then what should be dealt with in a local policy.
Yes, thank you. I say I've heard a lot on that. I will give it further consideration and we'll come back on that. But that's all I wanted to discuss on SP10. And it is getting close now to 11 o'clock, and we said we'd have a break. And so unless there's anything else that anyone else wants to raise, we'll break now and come back at 11:30. I don't see anyone wanting to say anything more, so we'll break. Don't forget to switch your cameras off and your microphones on mute. Right, it's now 11:30, so I'm going to resume the hearing session and we'll be looking at policy LP17 next. I'd like to come to the council with on largely what is a point of clarification, but I'd like to understand what the national and international standards are that are being referred to at the end of part 1, and to understand whether they refer to the whole of part 1 or just to section D and E.
Thank you, Madam. I think I'll ask Ms Dawson to clarify what the intention is there. I think it was intended to relate to parts D and E, but no doubt she can confirm whether that's the case or a wider intention was needed.
Hello, yes, thank you. So if you look at paragraph 15.02, you'll see that it does provide a bit more clarity on the fact that land and air pollution is subject to regulatory controls, and provides you with the legislation and acts that they would need to adhere to. At the end of the day, the policies within the actual, the wording within the actual policy hasn't stipulated the actual acts, because changes take place within legislation and national guidance to meet the latest best practice and science. Therefore, the policy has been written thus to ensure that most of the up-to-date legislation and national standards are to be read, depending on which ones are current at the time of that application.
And are they D and E or are they all of part? Is that referring to all of part 1?
That would be for D and E. Well, with the air pollution, then that obviously that triggers the 2A as well. Apologies.
Right, yeah. Perhaps we need just to, maybe it might be helpful just to clarify when it's these measures, exactly which measures those are. I take your point about the fact that legislation is changing and does change over the course of the lifetime of the plan. But I say I think or whether it's the position of that phrase or whatever, just to make sure it's clear what it applies to.
Yes, I think we probably do need to look at that, because certainly D and E both use the word measures within their own criteria, and so these measures could be read as applicable only to D and E, but obviously 2A will also look at air pollution matters. So I think perhaps we do need to just take that away and look at it and make sure it's clear enough. Would it be helpful, Madam, at this stage, while I'm just speaking about 2A, to add a point that we've been reflecting on in the light of some of the matters that were raised in the earlier session this morning,
yes.
Which is just that if you go back to paragraph 15.01, which is obviously introducing LP17, part of 15.01 does make express reference to waste as one of the environmental issues that will be taken into account in this policy. But then when you look at LP17 2A under its heading of pollution, it gives a list of matters which are included within it, but it also refers to all forms of possible pollution, including but not limited to. So it wasn't intended to be an exhaustive list, but I think we think on reflection that since waste is obviously an issue that's of particular concern in relation to a number of representations, that it would be helpful to add the word waste to the list in 2A, so as to make explicit what was previously implicit. And we think that that would probably help say the wording of the policy, and hopefully provide some reassurance that it is an issue that would be addressed as part of LP17.
Yes, thank you. I think that would be helpful on that. Lady Hart, I should have. Is this a matter about this, or is it about the you were going to reflect on
yes, I was, madam, and it was about that. But it may be more convenient for you to take the points on the modifications at the end of this session.
Yes, sorry, I did mean to come to you first. I forgot. But yes, I will. I'll make a note and try to come back or to that and pick it up.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And I obviously did listen to the response just then given by Ms Dawson, but there are other instances in the plan, such as policy LP25, which we're due to discuss either this afternoon or tomorrow. Part 3A of that policy refers to standards and then includes the tail or any subsequent or more recent legislation or council policy. And I'd just like to submit that if it's included in that policy, I don't see why, for the interest of clarity, it can't be included in LP17. And perhaps also just cross-referencing paragraph 1502 as well.
Thank you, Mr Cook, for that. Perhaps that's something the council could just consider then. When they look at the wording and the and how to make it to clarify what's going on.
Certainly, madam, we can take that away.
And also, could I just raise in 3B? Is it justified to say that the proposal should enhance rather than just protect the groundwater?
I think we would probably want to enhance where that is practicable, but as to whether it should be an inevitable requirement, I think it may be that needs to be qualified by a where appropriate or where suitable or where achievable. I think it's one of those issues where we would like to see improvements where that is achievable, but whether we can make that a mandatory requirement in all cases is perhaps more debatable.
Mrs Payne, did you want to come in on this point, or?
Thank you. Yes, no, that'd be great. We did raise this in our reps and our matter statement, and would certainly welcome that clarity that Mr Birdford's just referred to there as well. I think that is the point, really, is that yes, certainly supportive of protecting these important qualities, but it's not always possible to enhance sometimes. I think particularly when you're looking at the groundwater as well, for example, is it actually something that needs to bring in statutory bodies and it's a wider consideration, maybe something for the IDP even, rather than being dealt with on a project specific level. So would certainly welcome that qualification that where practicable, where appropriate would be helpful in that particular criterion. Thank you.
Thank you. No, Lady Hart, could I come to you? Because I mean, I know that Chiltern Parish Council have you've raised issues about light pollution. I wondered if you could briefly explain the concerns that you've got.
Thank you. We've got a few points on the wording. dealing with light pollution specifically, in the past, Baber had a policy which was number EN22, which dealt specifically with light pollution. And there was categories of dealing with light spillage, sky glow, and glare, 3 different categories. And there's no specific wording about light pollution other than general reference to light pollution in these suite of policies, and we would like to see that strengthened. And we know from talking to other parishes, although obviously they may not have submitted responses, that that is an issue that they have. Also, in the end, looking at the wording of policy LP17 generally, we consider that in criterion 1B, it says development will contribute towards making more efficient use. We'd like that strengthened to perhaps will be required to make more efficient use. Contribute is, if I may use the phrase, Weasley wording. It gives quite a lot of scope for people to avoid doing that. And also in paragraph 2, criterion A, it says prevent or where not practicable, reduce. In the NPPF, it says reduce to a minimum, and we would strongly recommend or ask you, Ma'am, that that wording to a minimum be incorporated in this wording too.
Can I just ask you, you said that policy EN22, what was the specific kind of things it considered that you were keen to see?
It had specific provisions for light, the proposed lighting to be the minimum necessary for security, leisure and safe operation of the development. It also had a specific provision that light spillage, sky glow and glare were minimised, particularly where the proposed development was located in the countryside or on the edge of a settlement, or where no adverse impact on highway safety, residential amenity, biodiversity, landscape feature or on heritage assets. The wording for that, Mum, to save you time, is in our proposed modification in our response to LP17, if that's helpful. So yes, you're having to take copious notes at speed.
Thank you, yes.
And the fact about the wording about contribute to more efficient use and reuses rather than be required is in that too. We're a bit puzzled why that policy seems to have been taken out, whether it's by omission from past plans or not, but it seems to be not been incorporated when other non-polluting policies have been. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you. Obviously, I can have a consider that wording. Is there anything the council wants to say in terms of particularly the light pollution issue?
Thank you, Madam. Clearly, we think that it is caught by 2A as a topic. I'll perhaps ask Mr. Hobbs if there's any comment he wants to make on, in a sense, why dealing with that as an overarching requirement of the policy rather than spelling out the more detail of the earlier policy, whether there's any sort of particular reason why that change of approach has been put forward. But I don't think it's an issue that we're particularly sort of strongly concerned about.
Thank you. Yeah, I was just going to add that we consider the wording of the policy appropriate, and also that since that policy that Lady Hart refers to came into force, obviously we've got the planning policy guidance on lighting, which contains quite a lot of detail in this area.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Miller.
Thank you. I just want to speak in support of the Chiltern contribution and submission. Light spillage and light pollution is a very significant issue, especially in a village which has no main street lighting, and therefore it makes a very significant impact on the ambience and the sense of place of the village. So I think it is important that we retain all protections to ensure that new estates, new building doesn't contravene the sense of place that is already in place. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Stringer.
Thank you, Mum. Very briefly, just to reiterate that regarding the light spillage, it's also the type of light. Not wishing to get too technical, but there are particular spectrums of light that are incredibly damaging to wildlife and to the way they perform. In fact, there's motions going through both councils at the moment seeking to redress this, to make sure that what we do approve has the right spectrum so it minimises that impact. Just want to make one point about the word contribute. In my experience of local plans, there always seems to be a particular word in plans that fails to have any effect. In the last local plan of Mid Suffolk, it was the word encourage. It was littered through the local plan. We will encourage people to put solar panels on their roof. We will encourage them to make best use of energy resources. That basically meant that we would hold their coat if they wished to do it. It never compelled anyone to do anything. And I'm just wondering whether the word contribute, if it doesn't have a factor in it, is how useful that word is. A contribution to the British Legion Fund normally comes from me each year, but that contribution is minimal in the grand scheme of things. So I think without actually giving some parameter what that contribution is expected to be, I think is probably, I'd hate for the word contribute to be this plan's word encourage. Thank you, Mum.
Thank you. Now that's most of what I wanted to ask on LP 17. Is there, before we move on, is there anything else anyone wants to raise on that policy? Yes, Lady Hart.
Sorry, Mum, I was trying to take my hand down, not
put it
up again.
Mrs. Ives.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to make the point again that in this policy, it should also include some wording along the lines of cumulative effects, because there's no account here for cumulative or in combination effects of developments.
Thank you. Well, that's something, again, I will look at when I look at the detailed wording.
Thank you.
Right, well, before we move on to LP 18, Lady Hart, do you want to come back on the issue about that main modification?
Yes, thank you. I mean, thank you for the opportunity to consider the modification. Generally, I think the Parish Council would support the modification, but we've got some queries on the wording. And it was something I should have raised earlier on the protected habitat sites. If I can just take us back, find SP09. There's a defined term there, Ma'am, which says protected habitat sites and a mitigation zone. There's no definition of protected habitat sites in the glossary, nor of a mitigation zone. There's a definition of RAMs, Ramsar, SSSIs, special areas of conservation and special protection areas, and county wildlife sites. I don't know if it's intended that all of those come within protected habitat zones or not, and perhaps the council could clarify that. With the actual modification to ST23, I'm assuming it's to be added on to the existing wording in, I think it's 1219, looking at my notes, as additional wording, not as replacement wording.
Yes, I did ask that question, and they did clarify that it's going to be an additional paragraph, not an instead of paragraph.
Okay, it was just it was not separately numbered,
yes,
which is probably
yes.
your query. Thank you. And then is the air quality plan that's referred to, is that only dealing with issues that are 200 metres from a road, or does it deal more widely with such as 200 metres from development? And the third clarification point was, there's a reference to wildlife corridors. Are those different from in the council's matter statement? And I apologise, I can't refer you to the paragraph number because I haven't got another device. I've got the core library open on one, the other one open on my screen to talk to you, Mum. So I haven't been able to check it. But in the matter statement for matter 7, there's a reference to green infrastructure corridors. And I wasn't sure if the wildlife corridors are separate from those and they're an additional category, or they're the same. And then on the paragraphs in the actual wording of the policy, the 4th paragraph, there seems to be some differential between the wording of the descriptive paragraph and the actual policy. The local plan is reviewed under the descriptive wording if it seems, if there's a possible problem, not an actual problem. So that there would be a 5-year review, but not an earlier review. In the actual policy wording, which I think is preferable, it provides for an immediate review, but only if there's an actual adverse impact. It doesn't deal with a potential adverse impact, and it might take a while for it to be established that there was an actual impact, whereas a potential impact might be discerned at an earlier stage. So I would have thought that the policy wording with slight amendment to possibly say and there to be a supposed or potential impact should be included, rather than it having to demonstrate an actual adverse impact. And it seems to conflict with the descriptor wording, which says in 1219 that it's a bit late to leave it to the 5-year plan review, it seems to me, if there is an impact at an earlier stage. Sorry, that was slightly more garbled than I intended, but I hope it was clear.
Would the council like to pick up on any of those points?
Thank you, Madam. I think clearly it's the wording of the policy that should prevail, and that's the important criterion, and that commits to a review if there is an adverse effect on integrity. That reflects the legal obligations that the councils would have to take into account when considering habitat matters. So far as the traffic on roads within 200 metres, it means what it says. It's the roads that have to be within 200 metres of the protected habitat sites. That's for reasons to do with the dispersal of air pollution from vehicles on those roads, and 200 metres is the threshold that the relevant guidance that has been considered by the councils and by Natural England has taken into account. So far as what is meant by protected habitat sites, they will be sites that fall within the habitat regulations. Whether we need to add something to the glossary because we've used capital letters to describe that phrase, I think we're perhaps sort of more neutral on whether that's necessary. And then perhaps I'll just bring in Ms Dawson whether there are any other additional points that she wanted to comment on in the light of what Lady Hart was saying.
Thank you. Just really the wildlife corridors. There are wildlife corridors, also called ecological corridors, in the existing and current green infrastructure strategies, and these are what are being reviewed and updated at this moment. And obviously, as planning and policy has evolved, they're now being called wildlife corridors, but they are the same.
Mr. Hobbs, did you want to come in?
Thank you, Mum. It's just really on the point about the 200 metres again and the air quality monitoring plan. That's detailed in the document H09 in the core document library, which is a statement of common ground between ourselves and Natural England. So we've been working closely with them on this matter. So just to highlight that.
Thank you. Right, we'll move on to LP18 now then. I just like in the council statement on page 22, the first bullet point, you say that you propose a modification to comply with the National Planning Policy Framework, but neither in the statement or in the schedule of proposed modifications that you've produced so far is there anything to pick up on that. I just wondered what is proposed.
Apologies, ma'am, could you just sort of repeat the reference to the relevant part of the meta statement?
It's page 22. It's in the table. It's in the tables where you've responded to comments. It's the first bullet point, number 1, and the council's brief responses. The council's proposed a modification to comply with the NPPF, and you say see question 7.4, but there's no suggested modification in that I could see, and there isn't anything in your schedule. So I just wondered what was being proposed.
Yes. Yes, well, I'm afraid that's a point I'm going to have to refer to Mr. Hobbs, because you're quite right that reading it doesn't make it clear what was being intended. So I don't know whether Mr. Hobbs has got anything that he can help on at the moment, or whether we need to just take that away as an action to clarify what was intended by that comment in the appendix.
Thank you. Yeah, I think we'll need to take that one away, but I think it's making reference to the biodiversity hierarchy.
Well, I assumed that was my assumption, because obviously it's not, part 1 isn't consistent with that biodiversity mitigation hierarchy. So I was thinking that might be what you were proposing, but I wanted to have clarification whether it was or it wasn't.
Sure, I think like I said, we'll need to take that one away, but certainly we recognise that enhancement isn't within the hierarchy. I think that's been pointed out in some of the representations.
Right, yeah, so you'll come up with well, you'll look at that and we'll address the fact that it doesn't comply with the NPPF at that point.
Okay.
Thank you. And can the council also explain what a potentially designated site is in part 2A and what the adopted protocols in part 2E are?
Thank you, Madam. I think I'll ask Ms Dawson if she can clarify those 2 points.
Thank you. So we have designated sites, habitats, which are recognised on an international, national level. We also have a list of local designated, non-designated sites like local, county wildlife sites or local nature reserves. And the potential is where development is brought forward, and actually there may be a parcel of land that has recognised qualities that hadn't been identified in the past, that would then have potential to need to have some level of protection because of the merits of what's been brought forward, and that would obviously need to then go through the process of being properly or appropriately evaluated. But that's where the potential comes in.
So if on a development site that's come forward with permission, asking for permission, presumably, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, yeah.
If you recognise something.
Yeah, if something comes forward that obviously an assessment of sites, is undertaken at some level, but there's going to be parcels of land that will be missed, or and some can come forward, and there may be some protected species on that parcel of land that hadn't been recognised before, or some merit of that parcel of land warranting to be evaluated to see whether it actually merits some level of the protection that wasn't recognised in the first instance.
Right, so you'd want the development to carry out, say, an ecological assessment or something like that. Is that what you're saying? If on that?
Yes, yeah.
Right. And about the what's the adopted protocols in 2E?
The adopted protocols is in line with the emerging environmental environment bill that's come forward, and there's mechanisms within that will be expected to be followed and adhered to.
So they're not something that you're adopting locally, is it? It's
national.
Right. Thank you. Mr. Miller.
Thank you, Madam. I obviously welcome Claire Dawson's explanation there, and Mr. Hobbs' point about changing the mitigation hierarchy. So could I ask, Madam, when Claire Dawson says that the recognising of the potential sites will be done by the developer, and I'd like to just raise 2 points there. One is I hope to bring up later, but I think BABER may be aware of the now firmly established view in leading conservation circles that developers, ecologists, biodiversity, the new thing where they give points, can be wildly inaccurate. I can enlarge on that. And that leads me to the question, apart from reliance on the developer to notify such sites or recognise them, at what stage would the public or be able to notify any such sites? I think we all have experienced the feeling, at any rate, that by the time the planning application goes in, there can be, in certain cases, a kind of an existing acceptance of the application. I can't put it more definitely than that, but there are one or two sites I would say that was the case with. Chiltern Woods being an obvious one. However, I hope I've made my question clear, which is, you know, does it all rely on the developer recognising it? And will the planning application stage be the stage for the public to comment, assuming they know about the application? Because not all wildlife conservationists live in the same road or the same as, you know, as the application is going to be.
Thank you. Mr. Bedford, would you or one of your team want to respond?
Yes, I think I'll start and then ask Ms. Dawson if she's got further comments. In the first instance, the plan is setting out the policies that are to be used to guide the determination of planning applications. So inevitably its focus is on what the council's response will be to planning applications for development proposals when they come forward. However, outside of that development management process, there are separate procedures for identifying the biodiversity assets of the districts and the designation, for example, of green infrastructure and or county wildlife sites and green corridors, whatever it may be. Those processes happen, as it were, outside of the development plan, but the development plan can then recognise those processes when they've produced an output. Certainly, I don't think that the plan is intending to prevent people from bringing forward to the attention of the council, or if it's the county council in relation to county wildlife sites. There's nothing in the plan that's intended to prevent people from bringing forward biodiversity records or data and suggesting that in the light of that, a particular area of land should be recognised, which isn't presently recognised. But that's not really something that the plan is seeking to deal with. And I don't think that, therefore, there's anything that is needed to be done in relation to LP18 to cover that. That can happen separately, and no doubt does happen at present. So that's what I'd say as it were, a general response. So far as criticisms of biodiversity offsetting and calculating whether or not there is biodiversity net gain, I don't think that that's really a matter that the council would want to spend time on. We're aware that there are tools generated by Natural England to assist in that process, and we use the tools that are available to us. So again, I don't know if there's anything Ms. Dawson wanted to add to that.
No, thank you.
Mrs. Payne.
Hello, thank you. Apologies, sorry. Wasn't ready.
It's all right.
No, that's fine, thank you. I think welcome the fact that it's been picked up about the enhanced part of the hierarchy. So we certainly would support the council and looking at that to make it consistent with national policy. Just coming back on a couple of the points that the council have raised in response to your questions, Ma'am, and this potentially designated sites. I think it does pose some ambiguity to how we bring this forward. And I think, sorry, I should say, obviously, in terms of Pigeon, we do support the policy and the need to protect biodiversity and look at that as part of an application. And I think it's important, therefore, to make sure this policy is clear in what it's trying to bring forward. And therefore, there are a few points, particularly around Part 2 of the policy, where I think there is quite a bit of ambiguity. And one point I had picked out was in our statements is around these potentially designated sites. And I think I understand what Ms. Dawson is saying, but if it's a case that as part of the validation checklist and bringing forward an application, an ecological assessment needs to be undertaken, and should that find anything around protected species or specific plants, for example, then it would deal with that as part of the application. And I think referring to these potentially designated sites is going to be quite confusing for those putting applications together, but also I would suggest for the decision makers as well. So I would advocate really that maybe reconsidering how that's phrased, or maybe removing that entirely and allowing it for the assessments for these sites to come forward would be a clearer way of dealing with that particular part of the policy. And also to do with the, as you picked up on these adopted protocols, I think what I'm now not particularly clear on following Ms. Dawson's response is if that is to do with those that are going to come through in the Environment Bill. That is, we don't quite know the timings of that. And therefore, what would happen in the meantime between adoption of the local plan, assuming it is, and the Environment Bill coming forward. So if that's what is being referred to there, again, maybe a review of how that is worded would help all parties in terms of bringing forward applications in this area. I do have some other points, but that's to do with wildlife corridors and the green infrastructure strategy, so they might be best placed against some of your other questions, so I can hold off if need be.
Right, yes, I'll come back to you when we move on to that, because I've got quite a few people who want to say something. Ms. Dawson, do you want to particularly respond to those points?
Just really the point about the adopted protocols. I do apologise. I just double checked, and it does include the projects that are in the current green infrastructure strategies as well. So there are sort of local ones, and they will, as the revised green infrastructure emerges, biodiversity SPD emerges, there will be more local adopted protocols to be considered.
May I come back on that just briefly then as a connected point, please? Because that was part of one of my later questions to do with this green infrastructure strategy and understanding the timings of that and what that might look like. And obviously, I'm not aware it sits in the local development scheme or anything if it is to be an SPD. So again, I think there's a timing point there in that if it's to appear in the policy, then what do we do in the interim whilst that information and that SPD is brought forward, and also the fact that obviously that will be under a different decision making and adoption procedure. It won't be happening in parallel to this local plan examination. So it's just understanding, I suppose, the practicalities really for everyone as to how that would actually work. And obviously, not having seen sight of it, we don't quite know what it's talking about with regard to the green corridors and things as well. So sorry, just as it was a related point.
Right, yes, no. Yeah, I'd like a bit of clarity, because I'm getting a bit confused as to what's adopted and what's coming forward, and what's in what. So, I mean, it may be something you need to provide me a note on, but so I can be clear. But I mean, if and you might be able to explain it now. And Ms. Dawson, do you want to, or is it Mr. Hobbs? Who...
Thank you.
Yes. Well, yes. Sorry, I was going to say, let's see if Mr. Hobbs is able to deal with that now. Otherwise, we'll take it away. But I'll turn to Mr. Hobbs.
Yeah, I think it sounds like it'd probably be quite helpful to provide a note of clarification, but I just wanted to reiterate that there are a number of projects already identified in Green Infrastructure Strategy documents, which are in the core document library references EE01, 02, 03 and 04. What we're trying to do for the Green Infrastructure Strategies is effectively, it's helpful for the development sector, so they know what projects already are there that they can contribute towards. As Ms. Dawson's alluded to, further work's being undertaken on mapping biodiversity across the two districts, and they'll inform a review of the green infrastructure strategy in due course. Alongside that, we talked the other day about future supplementary planning documents and where they're in the local development scheme. I can just confirm that there's no supplementary planning documents in any local development scheme at this point in time. However, it is our intention to introduce a suite of supplementary planning documents in the near future. So we will be looking to revise the local development scheme in that regard to identify those documents ahead of their effective consultation and subsequent adoption.
Right. Yeah, well, I think it would be helpful to me because as in terms of this phrase adopted protocols, what it's seeking to refer to, what's adopted now, and what's coming forward, I think would be helpful to be provided, please. So I've got clarification on that. Mr. Miller.
Hello, thank you. This is obviously a difficult issue. I do kind of welcome Mr. Bedford's point that, not everything can be made explicit in the local plan or, that kind of thing. I see his point. It was necessary, Lady Hart raised the question, what are, I think her question, what are these, the potentially designated sites, or that came into it. Now, Mr. Bedford said it isn't necessary to spell that out, which I understand. However, it was noticeable to me that when Claire Dawson answered Lady Hart, she did find it necessary to attempt a quite long explanation of how the designated sites would be found, etc. And so, I don't quite agree that just to say potential designated sites with really no indication forthcoming either within the plan or from Claire Dawson's team as to how those sites are being selected. And it's obviously very unfortunate that we don't yet have the draft from Claire Dawson's team of the mapping. Perhaps Claire Dawson's team could release instead the draft version of the criteria for selecting sites. That would help. It might have saved time at this inquiry. In the light of Claire Dawson's explanation, I have to ask again, will the plan document for the green infrastructure strategy give any advice or guidance in it for members of the public as to how they may put forward for inclusion or whatever, or for consideration at some stage of particular important sites. Who will let? Will the is that GIS team open to nominations, or does it have to wait for the planning application when, depending on who locally happens to know there's a planning application and who they tell, the wildlife people may or may not be able to, I mean, in addition to the Suffolk Wildlife Trust, may or may not be able to make a comment. We know that the Suffolk Wildlife Trust can't visit all the sites where planning applications are made. We know that, but they are known to the local naturalists who, you know, do take a lot of trouble to do their work scientifically and reasonably, and do know the difference between, you know, a butterfly and a whole environment. So, without labouring the point, please, how will Claire Dawson's guidelines contain such advice to the public? And I believe it's quite in keeping with Lady Hart's question and Claire Dawson's answer that she should also try and answer that question. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, my comment, Mr. Miller, is obviously I'm examining this plan. I'm not examining the process for how, you know, a later SPD might come forward, and that. So I mean, I've got to focus on what the plan says, not on a process for another, you know, another document. And Mr. Bedford did explain. Obviously, people can put forward sites.
Yeah. Mr. Bedford didn't explain, and Claire Dawson didn't explain how they can. You know, they went to the lengths of saying that people can, but are we going to be left without any mechanism for doing that? I realise you can't cover it in this inspection, but is it not a reasonable expectation that this phrase in LP19 potential sites should also require that the council say what the mechanism will be for identifying sites? And so I accept your point, madam, that you can only look at the law here, but as well as the legal compliance of the plan, this all is inevitably the question of the effects of the local plan. And there's obviously a fear that a local plan could be legally compliant, but not have the ambition that it should have. And, you know, I've no great quibble with policy LPA 19. I'm glad to see it there. But, you know, it has to have legs, and who will give it legs? Will it only be developers, ecologists doing biodiversity metric calculations which are likely to be wrong? Or can we have, the word proactive is being used occasionally in this plan. Developers can't be proactive about wildlife. Only people with wildlife knowledge can be proactive. Thank you.
Mr. Hobbs, did you want to come back on that?
Thank you, Mum. I think obviously you're here to examine the plan in front of you, and I think I just wanted to make the point that we are examining a development plan, and the councils have many more wider, initiatives. For example, the council's declared motions on biodiversity in 2019, and there's a biodiversity action plan being produced. So there will be other mechanisms for public engagement in biodiversity. But Mr. Miller's shaking his head, so I don't know what else I can add at this point.
I'm sorry. I think the biodiversity action plan, leaving aside the mapping, is really a flop. I mean, it's quite trivial to say that you'll sow wildflower seeds on a few verges, or that you'll give young new parents a tree. I mean, these are not anything to do with the planet. So, I
wonder if it would, sorry for cutting across, Mr. Miller.
It's helpful that Mr. Hobbs tells the inspector that there will be opportunities, but it's not evident that there will be opportunities if the Biodiversity Task Force and Claire Dawson cannot state in their plan how the public may make representations proactively, not at the time a planning application is made, then it's just going to be just Labour officers deciding things. In the Biodiversity Task Force, they've consulted their partnership organisations, but they haven't taken advice from the partnership organisations as to what the county needs. They've merely listened. They've merely asked those partnership organisations certain questions and then decided behind closed doors, so to speak, what they're going to do with them. They haven't asked those partnership organisations to specifically advise them on what the overall achievement should be. Now, I know I'm constantly being told that I'm expecting things from the local plan that aren't the local plan's business, and I utterly accept that. I don't need to be told that. I just simply ask the inspector, whether it is possible for the LP19 potential sites to have a proactive public involvement, not the list of things that Mr. Hobbs said that aren't open to the public. Can we please have something that is open to the public? It's no good saying your councillor could influence a policy for sowing wildflowers on verges. That's just too many baffles in the way. That's no more going to be accepted at a council meeting than what you're accepting I'm saying now. I don't require a riposte. Thank you. I accept the ripostes that have been made are made in good faith. I merely asked the inspector whether she would like the Biodiversity Action Team to put some legs on LP19.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. I've heard your point, and I will give it consideration when I look at this policy and the wording of it.
Thank you.
But Lady Hart, can I? Do you want to come in?
Please, Ma'am. Policy LP18, Mr. Miller referred to 19, but I think we're on 18 actually.
Yeah.
I think that way. Part one of that policy, I think, from what I've understood, the council is going to be considering that wording, which is helpful. Generally, Chiltern Parish Council and I personally support the policy, but we don't think it goes far enough, and it doesn't comply in certain respects with the requirements of the NPPF. When the council are considering part one in relation to the hierarchy, could I point out that this doesn't fully reflect paragraph 175 of the NPPF, and I apologise, my paragraph numbers I'm looking at our representations, and they were done on the February 19 NPPF, and I should have updated my notes, but I apologise, I haven't. I think those paragraphs are similar. I think they start altering later. Also, this criterion 1 does not specifically state, as the NPPF does, that if the planning permission will be refused if the principles set out in the paragraph 175 of the NPPF are not applied. And I think that should be clear, because development committee meetings will need that guidance. Also, the NPPF paragraph 174 requires that local plans should, in order to protect and enhance biodiversity, identify, map, and I quote, identify, map and safeguard components of local wildlife-rich habitats. There's a county wildlife site. This plan does not map on the policies map county wildlife sites. And this was a point that our parish council raised, that they should be shown on the policies map. For example, in our parish, there's a large one on Chiltern Airfield. It's not shown on the policies map. That's a point I'm afraid I'll repeat when it comes to the Chiltern parish discussion. But given the NPPF requires identification and mapping, I think the county wildlife sites should appear. Nature reserves is shown as I think from memory, nature reserves is shown on the policy map keys. No, apologies. I think it's designated open space that I noted it was. But county wildlife sites aren't, and given the wording about mapping, I think they should be shown. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Stringer?
Inspector, he seems still to be in the meeting, but
yeah. Well, we'll move on. I don't know if he's just lost connection or something, but right. Well, I've heard your points, Lady Hart, and I'll give consideration to whether I think those are necessary. I want to move on to the my question D, which was about the minimum 10% increase for biodiversity, which is obviously with the policies looking forward to the enactment of the Environment Act, which will make it a statutory requirement for developers to provide 10% net biodiversity gain where it would entail a habitat loss or degradation. I wonder if I could bring in possibly Mr. Durant and the HBF. Could you outline your concerns about this, about what the policy is saying?
Yeah, thanks, Mark. Thank you, Mum. It is just about ensuring that it is consistent with what's coming forward within the Act. We recognise that there is 10% and developers already providing those net gains and will anticipate delivering the 10% net improvements. But there are provisions within the Act or within the bill to have transition rearrangements between actually that 10% and actually the delivery of that 10%. And actually just ensuring that there is consistency, ensuring that the policy doesn't preclude those transition rearrangements from being adopted within Bay Borough Mid Suffolk and by developers who might need to ensure that there is a transition within that, in terms of recognising that not everything will just be able to get that 10% net gain straight away, and there may need to be a transition rearrangement in place. So really it's just a case of saying, recognise that the policy, that in future legislation will require that, but at the moment it doesn't require that, and that there may be an element of transition between what we have now in terms of having a net gain and actually then securing that 10% net gain, ma'am.
Thank you. I think Mrs. Payne, I think you've raised similar issues. Is there anything additional you want to say?
Thank you, Ma'am. No, I think really I echo what the HBF have said there, and I think that was very articulate how he said that. So I will defer to him and for you to consider that point when you're looking at the policy.
Right. Yeah. Is there anything the council particularly want to say about that, or just leave it to me to consider?
I think only briefly. I mean, we would say that obviously whatever is provided by the legislation when it comes into force will be provided by that legislation, and obviously the plan can't change what the legislative arrangements are. But before we get to the legislation, the current NPPF at paragraph, this is the 2021 version, so it is para 174 of the 2021 version at item D, does expect policies and decisions to contribute to and enhance the natural and local environment by, amongst other things, providing net gains for biodiversity. So that's a current policy. And therefore, in that context, it's quite reasonable for the local plan to have a policy which builds on that and demonstrates how, at a local level, that objective will be met, independently of whatever comes forward in legislation in due course. Obviously, when the legislation is enacted and whatever are its transitional arrangements, they will be a material consideration that the council could take into account in addition to what's in its local plan. But there isn't any reason in principle why the local plan can't already set out what its stance is ahead of the legislation.
Thank you. Well, that's something I will look at and consider. Mr. Stringer, I see couldn't get hold of you before.
So apologies, Ma'am. I had a few seconds distraction with a dog chasing a peacock. Biodiversity does take many forms. I'm sorry. It's a feral peacock, by the way. It's a wild one. Yeah, I just wanted to first of all just check with the inspector that we sent a huge response into this one item. I am not going to go through that response line by line. I will assume that everyone that's interested in that has read it and absorbed it. What I will do is just highlight a few points if that's okay with the inspector. I think there's often it's underestimated the amount that biodiversity can, if it's embraced in a development, can actually be a huge marketing tool, as well as a way of bringing new communities together. Because once development's passed and the developers have gone away and the porta cabins disappear, it then has to become a community. And I certainly represent communities where we have a number of very small projects that definitely aren't on anyone's map that revolve around biodiversity that really help galvanise a community. And some of them could be tiny, as was alluded to earlier, the Tree for Life project, which actually was my idea. People are donating some of those trees in this locality to their community woodland and to their community orchard. Very small, but quite a major ramp up in biodiversity. I think what I would like to see in here, again, is that nuance of wording. If a lot of the shoulds could be converted to will and must, that would be a huge leap forward. Everyone knows what they should do, but if they must do it, or will do it, it's a totally different emphasis, because we are talking about at times here internationally protected species. And I think we need to acknowledge that there are flaws in the current system. I've certainly had biodiversity experts, actually ironically from a pigeon development across the road, in my pond looking for newts that they said they couldn't find, that we found 2 hours after they left. mistakes are made. So we're really concerned about how this thing is benchmarked. We have a development literally a field away from here that has its approval. It's in this joint local plan as an allocation, has its approval, not a very big biodiversity hotspot, but since it's been left by the developer and it's now all grown up and it's raggedy grass, is now a huge biodiversity hotspot because it has 7 tiny ponds neighbouring it and it's now full of great crested newts. So we need to be able to react to this in a live way, which gets us back to that, I think, issue that Mr. Miller's edging on, is that one of resource. And we certainly were begging in our response to add an item G that says resources necessary to ensure the implementation of the BNG and monitoring should be identified when permission is granted. And if necessary, like other things within planning, a commuted sum sufficient to at least monitoring it for 10 years. So that you build into that process that this will be done, that it's not a hurdle you have to get over, it's something we need to embrace. And if embraced, will make our development all the more sustainable. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you. Mr. Miller again? I don't know whether that's just a redundant hand from Mr. Miller or whether he wants to say anything.
Hello, yes.
Hello, are you wanting, Mr. Miller, are you wanting to say something?
Please. Sorry, my computer went slow there. Okay, so to make this, I'm beginning to forget what we were on. To make this quantification of biodiversity mean anything requires 2 things which are now well known in conservation circles. I mean, you know, it's all known by people who are highly reputable, not people like me. So the 2 things that are needed are, one is enforcement and the other is certainty about this use of the biodiversity metric. There isn't certainty about the use of the biodiversity metric, although legally the local plan is quite entitled to just simply say we will rely on the ecologists producing their biodiversity metric results. And we know that those results are not always remotely reliable. Whether by error or whatever, in Sudbury we have a case where the ecologist has admitted that its calculation produced a wrong result. I mean, that would be obvious to anyone who'd even glimpsed the site. And I am talking here about a Natural England Priority 1 habitat, which the ecologist is well aware of. And the point I'm making is that BEBA seems to have no way of questioning those metric results. And it's going to be necessary for BEBA to start doing this. And I know I'll be told you can't write this into the local plan, but surely BEBA must produce a guideline in its evidence stating how it will have some oversight, how it will arrange it, whether it'll arrange it through the Suffolk Wildlife Trust, whether it'll arrange it by a site visit, whether it'll arrange it by placing more credence on objections made to planning applications instead of just thinking, oh, there have been 50 objections, to actually say, hang on, someone here is questioning that biodiversity metric. Will they listen if an independent ecologist writes in and says, I've done a biodiversity metric and the result was totally different? I do have to raise that. And I do have to raise the question of enforcement. I mean, I asked a neighbour who'd moved into a house where the planning permission said that there will be a wildflower patch that will be looked after for 10 years by the occupant, and there will be, you know, I said, is that right? Are you having to look after a wild flower patch sown with seeds from Emmersgate? Well, she looked dumbfounded. This was news to her. Oh, she said after thinking for a bit, well, we did have some lovely crocuses come up. Now, you know, Baber can't enforce every single thing, but if that's what's going to be the norm, Baber's going to have to start enforcing it. And there are worse examples. I mean, a very contentious application was granted near Sudbury, and wildlife conditions were attached, and one was that skylark plots would be set up in a neighbouring field, and highly specific what these plots would be like, how many, the size, the crop, the type of crop that skylarks like. Now, when we ask Baber enforcement, where are these skylark plots? Or when we ask the developer, where are your skylark plots? The first response is, oh, we'll get back to you. And the second response never happens. So it's a long-winded way of saying that it's not sufficient for the local plan to say that we will expect a biodiversity metric to be produced. In the case I mentioned, where the ecologist admitted he'd produced the wrong result, he wrote in his rebuttal that it didn't matter because he would reevaluate it after the permission is given. How could that be right? How can you say, oh, well, I don't know what the biodiversity is on this field to give a figure, but you give the permission, and then when you said you can build these houses in this place, and then I'll do my assessment, you know, that'll be a big help. So it's not sufficient for Baber just to put in their local plan that they will expect the biodiversity metric to be used. We know about the notorious examples of Gavray Meadows in Oxfordshire, Lodge Hill in Kent. We're quite I can only emphasize again that anyone who actually visits some of these sites will know that they will get a high score, not the one that the developer's ecologist gives, because it's known that just a tiny slip of this box or that box, the tick in the next box and not the right box, produces an utterly misleading, unacceptable result. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. I take on board your comments about like planning applications and enforcement. Obviously, that is not something I can deal with in examining the local plan. How the council carry out those matters isn't something I'm examining. But I will look at the policy and see whether, you know, I take on board your points concerning the biodiversity metric, and we'll look at the wording of the policy and see whether I think it's sufficient to do what it needs to do.
Thank you very much indeed.
Was there anything else that council wanted to say in response to that, or?
Madam, no, because you've summarised effectively what we would have said in terms of what's properly the subject matter of the examination. I just only draw parties' attention to the fact that criterion 4 of LP18 does make it clear that where appropriate, the local planning authority will use planning obligations and or planning conditions to achieve the appropriate mitigation and or compensatory measures and to ensure that any potential harm is kept to a minimum. So it is obviously flagged up there, as you rightly say. Quite how that is then dealt with at the development management stage is really outside of this examination.
Lady Hart.
Thank you, Mum. I'd like to just to respond to support Mr. Stringer on the nuances point. It's the point that Chiltern Parish Council, we ourselves have made elsewhere on the issue of wording such as contribute, and we would endorse the wording of will and must or required rather than encouraged or weaker wording. And Mr. Bedford and to support Mr. Bedford and the council's point that they are entitled under the local plan to build on the minimum requirement to conserve and enhance. I think it was the minimum 10% that Mr. Bedford was referring to. We'd strongly support the council in setting possibly a higher standard than that for developers to aim for. And lastly, just on Mr. Bedford's point on paragraph 4 of policy LP14 with regard to planning conditions, in practical terms, the way that the council deal with planning conditions for planning applications is that in the officer's report, it is said that condition will be applied. However, the full wording of the condition isn't provided so that people can't see it to then comment on as part of the planning application process. I appreciate that isn't directly part of the local plan, but it's an issue that there's a gap because there may be a headline reference to a planning condition being imposed, but if you don't see the wording, you can't be satisfied that it is appropriate and the appropriate mitigation standards or requirements will be imposed. And quite often what happens is the condition that you do see afterwards in the planning permission decision doesn't deal with what was anticipated or expected. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll take on board what you just said as much as I can when I'm looking at the policy. There isn't anything else I want to raise with LP18. So unless there's anything else anyone wants to raise, we'll move on. Mrs. Payne.
Thank you. Just very quickly, because it sits in our Reg 19 and matter statement, so I won't dwell on this particularly, but it's just to draw your attention to the point we made with regard to criterion 2D in the wildlife corridors. And I think it's just understanding a bit further the expectation behind the requirement for the enhancement and management of local networks of biodiversity with wildlife corridors that connect areas. And our point being there that whilst the wildlife corridors are within the infrastructure document, sorry, not the infrastructure, the green infrastructure strategy, it's understanding that some of those corridors may fall into multiple or different land ownership. So I suppose it's how that's dealt with, again, back at a project level. And I don't know whether simply just putting a bit of wording in front of that criteria would help in terms of saying where possible there should be a plan positively for and carry on that part of the criteria, because I think that could just lead to a bit of ambiguity there. And just finally on criterion F, whether this is actually required or not, because I do note under footnote 35, which is part of part 3 of the policy, it does refer to the priority habitats there, and specifically that 2006 legislation. So I don't know whether that's a repetition, but equally, if the suggestion is that there should be additional measures to assist with the recovery of these species, then again, I'd suggest that that would probably be dealt with through the ecological assessments as well, and would identify that. But it's just whether if it's a repetition, or again, maybe just something that the council might want to have a look at with regards to that. As I say, it appears in footnote 35 as well. Thank you.
To the council, do you want to have a look at that and just consider that point that she's just raised about whether that's repetition? And
yeah, we certainly, madam, we will look at that, although I think we don't think at the moment it is repetition, in that F is dealing with additional measures to assist with the recovery of the species, i.e. doing something positive to address a beneficial consequence. And 3, and therefore what the footnote refers to, is the circumstance where there's an adverse impact on the species protected. So they're slightly different things, but we can certainly look at the wording to see if that could be made clearer. And again, we can look at the issue about achieving enhancement of wildlife corridors. I say D talks about planning positively to that end, which we think is implicit that obviously any positive planning has to take into account what's practicable. But whether, again, we need to make that clearer by some additional wording, we can reflect on that.
Thank you.
Mum, may I just, sorry, yes. I really appreciate that response from Mr. Bedford, and that's really helpful, and thank you. It was just, I suppose, then if that criteria F stays, which it may do, again, I don't know whether a bit of clarification there to say where appropriate or where identified in ecological reports or something as well, that it's something that comes up, I suppose, on a site-specific basis, maybe. But that, again, it's just a suggestion, just again to ensure clarity and avoid any ambiguity for everybody. Thank you.
Thanks. Mr. Miller?
Hello? Yes. If I could just say to Pigeon and the other developers and to Baber via the inspector, anyone who's followed planning applications, ecologists' reports, knows that ecologists see their role as to find evidence of protected species, certain bats, badgers, and they are not good at actually recognizing habitats, or they don't choose to. And so that there could be a site, and I'm talking about exceptional sites, there could be a site that has a host of red data book species, but these are not looked for. They don't need to be looked for, they're bleeding obvious. But the ecologist sees their job as merely looking for the few protected species. So, you know, this environmental role of local authorities, the Town and Country Planning Acts, are a major guardian of the environment, because the main threats to the environment come from A, agriculture, B, development. but the protection that councils are able to give is riddled with difficulties over which very small pieces of chewing gum are put. And so I have merely to reiterate that there surely must be anxiety among BABA, which they don't seem to evidence in the least. There must surely be anxiety on BABA's part as to whether their local plan will actually produce better results in the future. Now, if I'm wrong, and if they do, you know, then that's very good. I appreciate all the hard work that goes into making up a local plan. But, you know, are BABA concerned? I really raised that in the absence of things like the networks map. Thank you very much.
Right, thank you. I'll take your points on board. But it is now 1 o'clock, so I propose we'll break for lunch now and we will resume with LP19 at 2 o'clock. Thank you very much. It's now 2 o'clock, so I'm going to resume the hearing, and we'll look at policy LP19. I don't have a lot of questions I want to ask on this policy. I do note that the council have suggested a main modification to paragraph 1525, which I think is necessary for soundness. But other than that, I don't have, following the statements I've received, I don't have any specific questions. Is there anything the council wishes to raise, or anyone else want to raise? Mrs. Miller.
Thank you. Firstly, I'd really welcome this policy LP19 and its emphasis on landscape and the importance of landscape in the environment, particularly the historic or heritage landscapes. In East Burgholt, we have a particular interest in the heritage landscape of John Constable, which gives us an identity and a opportunity for tourism. We get something in the region of 200,000 tourists a year, which is important to us in terms of jobs and in terms of resident amenity. So we very much welcome this policy. Thank you for putting it in. But in particular, we would ask or emphasise, you asked the question, ma'am, in your point 7.5b, does the policy need to refer to local landscape designations in neighbourhood plans and retain existing visual important open space and special landscape area designations? In particular, our parish council and residents' answer to that would be yes. We should recognise our neighbourhood plan. It has substantial support from the local community. It does recognise the importance of our heritage landscape. We have commissioned and indeed shared with BABER and had very positive response from BABER a historic landscape assessment, which has an impact on planning policies in the area. So our answer to your question, ma'am, is yes. Please could BABER consider the inclusion of neighbourhood plans in particular and other reports and research around those neighbourhood plans in terms of this policy.
Can I just ask, Mrs. Miller, is your neighbourhood plan East Burgholt, is it made?
It is made. It was made in 2016, but it is now being revised after a 5-year period, which is why we now have a historic landscape survey, which we have just commissioned for the revision.
Right, and so what you're asking is for the council to take account of that that survey as well in
that survey will result in policies in our neighbourhood plan. So we would like the district council in its local plan to acknowledge the policies that appear in neighbourhood plans and how they affect planning applications.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you need to remember that your neighbourhood plan, once it's made, has the same step, it is part of the development plan for the area, so is as relevant to planning applications as the as this joint local plan will be. It's part of the development plan, so those policies do carry weight in the planning application process.
We do recognise that, ma'am, but we would like the very specific character assessments, other research that we've done to be included when the district council is creating its local plan, which will supersede our neighbourhood plan, and before we have time to revise our neighbourhood plan.
Right, yeah. Mr. Stringer.
Thank you, ma'am. No wildlife interruptions this time, thank goodness. Wholeheartedly endorse the wording, certainly of 1A. But then it leads me to a question mark. I agree with how people feel it affects their identity of an individual settlement. Often settlements have what I call a rhythm to them, a clear character that's sometimes not written down. And parts of it not written down in our previous plans were where we could identify what we all agreed were visually important open spaces that have now been lost in this plan. There is no mechanism for these anymore, unless you wish to go through a huge process of a neighbourhood plan. And for some settlements, that's really, really a big ask, because they've identified the areas they'd wish to be built, and they'll leave it up to others to determine the character of what's been built. They're ambiguous to that. But what they'd like to do is protect what they see as their identity. And often that can be a rhythm of development. Certainly the village I'm looking at through the window here is typified by a ribbon opposite an open field, and then a gap, then a ribbon, open field, gap. It has a rhythm to it. And the main part of the village, the core of the village, is houses facing each other. To then have developments where you break up that rhythm, where you've had it determined once as visually important, then taken away from you, is a bit of a step. And we would like to see how you enhance the landscape character if you don't have a clear mechanism for identifying it. Thank you, Madam.
Mr. Miller?
Hello. Thank you very much. The morning's session, we talked about, well, anyway, the point I want to make is that on the questions of landscape, there's clearly seems to be clearly a lack of any general guidance to what landscapes should be protected. We used to have the county council's special landscape areas, which were deemed unnecessary now. But anyone who's dealt at length with the landscape character assessments, as I have, will know that they could rarely, if ever, be used to settle a planning application matter. I don't think they ever have been even attempted to be used in that way. So that things now become merely a matter of opinion. You know, we know that a certain type of feature is valuable according to the landscape character assessment. How valuable? Towns are sprawling into areas that in the past wouldn't have been considered for development, or wouldn't have been considered suitable for development. They're sprawling out into the better quality countryside. To date, towns have largely expanded up as far as what are the best of the landscapes and environment areas. And the loss of those that's happening now is going to be very much felt. And so, for instance, around all the north and east perimeter of the Sudbury and Great Cornard, we see proposals for development. Some of those areas are of special significance. And we also are well aware that urban fringe land has much more wildlife than the wider farmed landscape. These are the areas that are under threat, and it's a shame that we now no longer have any clear guidance. BABA would say, well, I guess they would say, well, you've got the neighbourhood plans, but I think we can say, I think I can say that Sudbury and Great Cornard will never have neighbourhood plans. The likelihood that they will ever have neighbourhood plans seems remote. Even in Chiltern, on the edge of Sudbury, I believe the parish council were advised by BABA to wait until Chiltern Woods is finished. But in the meantime, other big developments are happening in that area. This may be, this local plan may be a document for administering a system, but it's not really a plan. Yes, working parties and so on can put the flesh on the bones, but are those working parties accountable? Are they open to consultation or comment? Very much not. I've worked in local government. I remember in past times, we used to laugh if a letter came in from the public. What do these people know? You know, the technicalities of working in local government.
Mr. Miller, can I just interrupt you a minute? Can you focus your comments on kind of like this policy and like what's needed to make it sound?
The policy relies on subjective opinion. It has no objective validity. In Sudbury, we've got Gainsborough's house, we've got Gainsborough's statue, the Gainsborough Trail, we've got the Gainsborough railway line. But Gainsborough's two most important landscapes are being built over. So I just really want to reiterate that all questions of landscape, of views, have been rendered matters of opinion, and that BABA should, in the cases where there's no neighbourhood plan, BABA should set up an agreement to for the input of communities as to where local green spaces and important views should go, in the same way that a parish council would do if it was instituting a neighbourhood plan. Thank you.
Lady Hart.
Thank you, Ma'am. Like Mrs. Miller, Chiltern Parish Council welcome the policy. We have two particular comments which relate to paragraph 2, which contains subjective wording about where significant landscape or visual impacts are likely to occur. We don't support and we query the use of significant. We think that should be deleted and possibly substituted with adverse. And with the example being used, we don't think there should be an example. We think it would be preferable to delete that because because what is larger intended to mean? Is it major or is it something else? If you delete the example, we think that is safer because a smaller development in size can, depending on where it's located, could still have an adverse impact on a significant landscape. So we think it's incorrect and constraining the policy to use the example of a larger development, because otherwise, in practical terms, in planning committees, it would be said this isn't a larger development, and then there'll be arguments about what constitutes a larger development. So we'd urge you to consider deletion of the example. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you. Mrs. Payne?
Thank you. Yes, just a small point. Again, Pigeon support this policy, and really it's just a small point in regards to 1C on this as well. Again, coming back to my points of clarity and being able to apply these policies in the full. It states about enhance and protect landscape character and values and heritage assets. It's not entirely clear what the and values is referring to, and wouldn't want necessarily for that to be misconstrued as the valued landscape in what is now 174, paragraph 174 of the NPPF. So I don't know whether my view is, and what I've put forward within the representations, is actually whether it could just read enhance and protect landscape character and heritage assets and still fulfil what the council are seeking it to do with a bit more clarity. That was all.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Short.
Yes, thank you. Just one minor point. I've got a slightly different version of the plan before it's put onto the nice coloured template, which has been formally submitted, and I have a different footnote 37. So I just wanted to check whether that which version was correct, because the version that I can see on the online submitted plan is a duplicate of 36, footnote 36. It's the same. But the version I've got, which is it's a footnote to paragraph 1C of LP19, reads as follows. Landscape and landscape features include, but not exclusively, local green space, hedgerows, woodlands, rural lanes, orchard, parkland, TPOs, historic field system, trees, watercourses, ponds and lakes, heritage assets and historic skyline. I just wondered whether that was an error in transferring it from one template to another, or whether that was a deliberate change. Thank you.
Right, yes, thank you, Mr. Short. That is quite fundamentally different, isn't it, from the what? I'll ask the council if they can answer that. They may not be able to, I guess, immediately. They may have to look into that.
Can I come in? Yeah, we'll have
Mr.
to look
Hobbs,
into that, because the version I've got is different to what Mr. Short has just mentioned. So we'll just need to check what version he's referring to.
So do you want me to come back to that now?
Yeah.
It was, I don't know if you can see the front cover of this. It was the one, so if I try and get my blurred background, I might be able to if I just do that quickly. So if you can see this version here, which I think was published just before the coloured version was issued by the council. Don't know if that's clear.
Yeah, I mean, is this something the council can just look into and just clarify for me, and we'll make sure, Mr. Short, you're made aware of the answer to which is the right footnote 37.
Thank you.
Yes, so we can do that and see whether it would benefit if the wording that Mr. Short read out, the longer wording, which certainly on the face of it sounded as if it was quite sensible sort of expansion of what type of landscape features would be relevant to the policy, then there may be merit in reinstating that if that has been lost somewhere in the editorial process.
Mm.
Lady Hart, your hand is up. Is that a redundant one?
It is indeed a redundant one. Apologies.
That's all right. Mr. Stringer, did you want to come back in?
Yeah, just wanted to just two cases just popped into my head, which I thought might be helpful. Just about the process of what is lost and what route we may not have back. Two recent planning applications in villages either side of where I sit here, one in Cotton, one in Bacton, where during the local plan process, a parish council identified an area as being visually important. It got ruled out during the process as we don't do that anymore, get rid of that. But since then, there's been two planning applications that then further went to appeal, and both of them, the appeal inspector, thankfully, worked out that these two vistas were visually important and then amended the decisions in line with that. One to refuse an application, one to approve one, but push the development back so it did leave this visually important open space. Now, it's really helpful that appeal inspectors picked up on this, but it does seem to be that the appeal inspector in this role should be the wicket keeper, as it were, and not the bowler. In terms of there should have been a clear policy to give everyone that heads up in the first place as to how you identify what is visually important, rather than leaving it to sometimes the sort of conflicting fortunes of what happens during any appeal. Thank you, Mark.
Is there anything the council want to say on the issues that have been raised, or are you content just for me to look at it whilst when I consider the wording of this policy?
I think, Madam, we're perfectly content with you to take your own view on most of those issues, because since they're reasonably well rehearsed in both our hearing statement and in the representations from various parties. In terms of the particular point about whether LP 19.2 should capture any adverse landscape or visual impact or only significant ones, I think it's probably just worth keeping in mind that as it were, the main criteria of the policy are set out in part 1, and they provide protection for all landscapes from all types of development. Criterion 2 is specifically calling for a particular study to be undertaken, either a landscape and visual impact assessment or a landscape appraisal. Those are obviously quite substantial pieces of work to be undertaken. And we don't, certainly as at present, think it would be proportionate to require those studies to be undertaken in every case where there was thought to be an adverse landscape or visual impact, because we think that would be disproportionate. And it's not as if such adverse impacts wouldn't be assessed, because they would be. They'd be assessed under the first part of the policy. But this is obviously wanting those proposals which will have significant adverse impacts to go through a more, as it were, structured assessment process. So I think that's just as it were, a point for you to think on. And I say, I think we've rehearsed the ground about the treatment of visually important open spaces or special landscape areas, and obviously what can and can't be done via a neighbourhood plan in the hearing statement. Thank you.
Right, thank you. I will give that policy consideration of the comments that have been made. But let's move on to LP 20, which is the areas of outstanding natural beauty now. I know there's been a main modification suggested by the AONB team that the policy should reflect the wordings of the MPPF. I wondered what the council's views were on that suggested modification.
Sorry, Madam. I think it's not one where I think we are dyed in the wool that the way that we've done it is the only way that it can be done. I mean, what I think we were taking is that LP20 was dealing with those proposals which would attract support if they were within or near the AONB. So what we then set out were a series of, I think, criteria which would ensure that the only proposals that would effectively attract support were positive proposals which could show that they successfully had addressed those issues and wouldn't cause harm to the AONB. So the implication would be that the types of proposals that the MPPF refers to in paragraph 177, where there's a presumption of refusal, those would not be proposals that would have been able to attract the support of LP20, and therefore there wouldn't have been a policy to assist them. Having said that, we can recognise that the way that that formulation works does mean that there is no specific policy which says that if you are a harmful proposal in the AONB, you won't expect to be granted permission other than in exceptional circumstances. And so I don't think we would be strongly opposed to the idea that we should supplement LP20 with some reference to proposals that would cause harm to the AONB. Will not be allowed other than in the circumstances set out in national policy. You will bear in mind, obviously, Madam, that the MPPF in paragraph 177, when it talks about major development, is not there talking about major development in the same way that it's defined elsewhere in the MPPF. It's talking about major development only in the way that it's defined in footnote 60, and also in what is the corollary to that, which is in the glossary definition of the MPPF, footnote 75. Against major development makes it quite clear that in an AONB context, development will be major development is a matter for the decision maker, taking into account specific matters, nature, scale and setting, and whether it could have a significant adverse impact on the purposes for which the area has been designated, which is obviously a case-specific judgment. And that's, in a sense, one of the reasons why I think we've not sort of tried to write that into the policy. But so, in principle, we'd be content if there was if it was felt that the local plan was, as it were, not adequately protecting the AONB because of the absence of a reference to effectively paragraph 177 of the MPPF, then we wouldn't have a problem with including some reference to it to make it clear that proposals that would fail paragraph 177 would also fail the local plan policy LP20.
Thank you. Oh, Mrs. Ferguson, you want to come in?
Thank you. I just wanted to say our representations in terms of this policy are set out within our Reg 19 and in our matter statement. So I'm not going to go on there, but we would welcome, the addition, as Mr. Bedford suggests, in terms of strengthening the policy wording of LP20 so that it better reflects national policy. And as we've set out in our representations, we would think that it would be better to make it clearer that permission should be refused for major development other than in exceptional circumstances. Thank you.
Thank you. And do the council, do you consider that the policy provides an adequate framework for how major development in the AONB will be dealt with? And can you explain too why tourism and leisure developments out of that are particularly singled out and treated differently to other developments?
Dealing with the first part of that, because major developments aren't referred to directly in the policy, the implication is that they would actually fail the policy, because they would, the type of things that the NPPF refers to as a major development, bearing in mind those footnotes, it's quite obvious that that type of development would not be able to satisfy the criteria in part 1 of the policy. On the point about tourism and visitor related development, I suspect it's due to the types of development that the councils typically expect to receive in the AONB, but perhaps if I bring in Ms. Dawson, if she wants to comment on that.
I think you're sort of on the right path, really, Mr. Bedford. At the end of the day, the AONB area does attract tourism and people wanting to visit the area, and just being mindful of that. It's about being sort of like providing a policy that enables tourism, but it to be the appropriate type for the area. Because of this high level of sensitivity, we felt that was warranted, sort of like a separate criteria just to strengthen that.
Mrs. Ferguson, is there anything else you want to say about that and the fact that tourism is pulled out separately?
I think we've obviously made representations on this in our statement, so I won't go on about it too much. I think the main point is just that in terms of consistency with national policy, that treats all development, on a level playing field. It doesn't separate out particular uses. So, in terms of what we've said, we don't see any particular reason why there should be a separate policy for that. All should be considered under the same criteria. Thank you.
Mrs. Miller?
Thank you. I support the view that tourism is a very specific problem in AONBs. I can tell you from very close experience that East Burgholt has a lot of visitors every year because of the tourism factor, and the tourism is directly related to the AONB. And it brings with it very specific issues that perhaps other development doesn't bring. It's about the movement of tourisms in and out of the area into what is quite a small little honeypot area with very narrow entrances. So I would support the view that we should have a separate and very specific focus on tourism because of its very specific nature.
Thank you. Well, I'll look at that and think about that and come back as necessary. In terms of the project areas, I know the council suggested a main modification to paragraph 1527, which addresses the project areas, but it doesn't address concerns that have been raised about the setting of AONBs. I wondered if the council could explain what their views are in terms of the issues relating to the setting of AONBs.
I think the opening words of LP20 item 1 makes it clear that the policy is intended to apply not only within the AONB but also near to the AONB. Setting is one of those concepts which is very difficult to define in the abstract as to where it applies to and where it isn't. It's very much a case-by-case judgment, and what will be within the setting of the AONB will be informed not only by the locality but also by the nature of development which is then proposed in that location. So I think we think that the policy allows setting to be included within the assessment that's required by LP20, and I don't think we think that we need really to say anything further.
Mr. Short, do you want to come in at all on this? Because I know you were raised concern about setting and what it meant.
Yeah, thank you. And I was just looking at the planning practice guidance and note that setting is used throughout there in terms of the AONB. And I think that's perhaps a bit clearer than just saying land which is near to the AONB. I mean, it was only last week that the council was saying that in respect of housing development, the phrase adjacent to was not sufficiently clear. So I just wonder whether just tidying that up a bit and saying the setting, I think setting in this respect is referencing not just land which is near, but that which is the intervisibility between the two, the wider landscape character. And I think that's, I'm not really sure what it means to say land which is near to the AONB. Is there land which is within the setting, which is perhaps not near, or what's the difference really?
Is there anything anyone else wants to raise about setting? Yeah, Lady Hart.
Thank you, Ma'am. I would have thought it would be clearer picking up on what the lady whose name I can't now read from representing the Stour and Orwell body and Mr. Short.
Ferguson.
Mrs. Ferguson, thank you, Ma'am. Apologies, Mrs. Ferguson. That in 1A, wouldn't it be clearer if it said conserves and enhance the landscape, comma, the setting of and scenic beauty? So I'd endorse what Mr. Short says about setting. Settings used elsewhere in with regard to heritage assets, and there's quite clear guidance from various bodies about what setting means.
Thank you. So, well, no one else wants to say anything about setting. I'll consider whether some of those suggested wordings need to be looked at. Could I turn to look at potential future extensions to the NOB? Can I ask what the current status of this proposed extension is?
Probably, I mean, I think we've covered it in the hearing statement in part, but I think probably if I ask Ms. Dawson to give you the up-to-date position.
Yes, certainly. As far as I'm aware, as of today, there's no implication that the Natural England are going forward at this present time with reviewing the Dedham Vale AONB boundary. So we will be mindful of when that situation changes, but it did take about 25 years for the Stour and Orwell extension to come forward, and so we're quite prepared to sort of like review the local plan and that part of it at each review stage if circumstances change.
I think the Stour and Orwell Society have suggested that you could take a similar approach to that taken in Braintree in their plan. Have you got any views on that? whether that would be appropriate or better or not.
We're two very different councils in the respect that for Baber we lie within two AONBs, and so we already have quite strong policies regarding the AONB and the setting or near the AONB. So we don't feel until the review of the boundary has been undertaken and a proposal has been brought forward, we don't feel that it would bring any additional merit to the local plan.
No, thank you. Is there anything you wanted to say, Mrs. Ferguson, after hearing what the council have said?
No, I mean, as you said, we've set out our suggested changes within our statement. I think just on that point, we just thought it would be helpful just to include some kind of clarification that if the AONB is subject to an extension, then the policy would similarly apply to that going forward.
Yeah, thank you. And then my final question is around whether we need to be required that proposals are accompanied by the landscape and visual impact assessment. Mrs. Payne, I think you suggested some revised wording. Do you want to outline this and why you think it's necessary?
Yep, by all means, thank you. It was just felt that obviously, whilst there's the management plans in the AONBs, they have been around for some time. And I think in particular, I made reference to the fact that in the, sorry, let me get the right name of it. Sorry. It's the Suffolk Coast and Heathlands one, AONB, sorry, down at the Orwell Crossing. When that was put in place, the Orwell Crossing wasn't there. So things have changed. And it was really trying to capture, I suppose, how, or the most objective way of looking at proposals in the AONB. So looking at what Suffolk Coastal did in their local plan, which was adopted last year, and also Central Beds with the Chilterns there as well. They both include references to the need for a LVIA within their AONB policies. And I appreciate the point the council have made in that they say in LP19 there's a need for LVIAs to come forward with significant or potentially alternative wording, as Lady Hart suggested. But I think in terms of the AONB policy, I would suggest it would be helpful to have that objective assessment coming forward with all applications in order to see whether they are correct or not, both within the AONB and its setting. So I just made a suggestion for a new criteria within our Reg 19 representations that could capture that. Thank you.
Thank you. I mean, if I considered that a main modification along those lines was appropriate, do the council have what their views on that?
I think, Madam, we certainly think that proposals within the AONB are likely to need an LVIA. I say we think that that's already caught by LP19, but if it's thought that it's preferable to make that explicit, I don't think we would have a problem with that also being written into LP20.
Thank you. Lady Hart, is your hand up from before? Yeah.
No, sorry. No, it was redundant, Ma'am.
Redundant, yes, that's fine. That's all I wanted to question about LP20. So unless there's anything else that anyone wants to raise, we'll move on to LP21 and the historic environment. And Mr. Short, could I bring you in here to start, because I know that you've suggested that in a number of places the wording of LP21 you consider goes beyond what the national guidance says, and I just wondered if you could briefly explain your concerns in this regard.
Yeah, so firstly, the reference to a statement of justification in paragraph 1A3, my concern here is that it's going to be used to try and impose a freestanding test. Now, while there is reference in the framework to the need for clear and convincing justification, case law has demonstrated that what that means is that you go on to apply the sequential test in the framework. So you weigh up the benefits of the scheme and you assess that against the impact or the heritage harm. What I fear is that we're going to be having that as a freestanding test over and above that of the other requirements in this respect. So in my experience of any sort of heritage assessment, usually goes on to describe the significance of the heritage asset and goes on to identify any harm and any impact, and it's then left for the planners and the decision takers to do the justification in that sense. The other concern I have is, so just trying to go through, is paragraph 3, and whether that again, you know, I of course understand all the statutory duties in respect of listed buildings and so on, but saying that we should look, in order to safeguard and enhance the historic environment, harm to heritage assets should be avoided in the first instance. Only where harm cannot be avoided should mitigation be considered. It's just, again, the framework has a much more balanced approach to it, where even if there is substantial harm or total loss of a heritage asset, that is allowed so long as there are public benefits to outweigh the harm or the loss. I just wonder whether that went a bit too far. And finally, sort of on the similar vein, the framework is advocating that balanced approach of assess the harm, are there benefits to outweigh the harm? And that seems to be lost in amongst this policy. I think there's one reference to it perhaps at 3B, having regard to the planning balance, but the word benefit, it doesn't appear anywhere in this policy. I did suggest in the consultation response that adopting a similar approach to that as in the most recent East Suffolk plan would be a much better and much simpler approach to this issue. If you want me to expand on that, I'm happy to.
No, that's helpful, thank you. Would the council like to just respond in the views on whether the wording is consistent with national policy?
Thank you, Madam. I think we don't accept that there is a conflict with national policy. We've certainly expressed matters using different language, but then that's a legitimate role for a local plan to do. So far as the point about statement of justification, we think actually that's just a helpful way of structuring the decision-making process. It's not seeking to suggest that anything that is provided in that statement of justification would not be the sort of things that you would include in any evaluation where you are seeking to understand whether the harm that might be caused to a heritage asset has been justified by reference to any countervailing public benefits. It's just helping effectively applicants as well as the decision maker to take an orderly approach to making those decisions. So I think we're perfectly comfortable with item 1A little Roman 3. So far as reference to the avoidance of harm in item 3, given that heritage assets are effectively a finite resource, and that all of them are valued, subject to obviously their particular status, we don't see why there should not be a policy approach which first of all seeks to avoid causing harm to the heritage assets, and then if harm can't be avoided, e.g. because there is a need which can only be met by locating the development in a particular site which causes harm, you then move on to the question of mitigation, and then to the extent that there are still residual harms, you move on to the question of justification. So we don't see that as being inconsistent with the MPPF, and paragraph 190 does invite local authorities to have a positive strategy for the conservation and enjoyment of the historic environment, and also draws attention to the desirability of sustaining and enhancing the significance of heritage assets. So that's in relation to that, and as Mr. Shaw, I think, rightly acknowledged, item 3B does include what's sometimes called the heritage balance as part of the exercise. So it's not that we're, I say, seeking to provide anything which is inconsistent with the MPPF, but we do think that we've got a formulation which helps people navigate through in a structured fashion how to deal with proposals that affect heritage assets.
Thank you. Well, that's things I can consider when I look at the detailed wording. Lady Hart, I know Chiltern Parish Council also raised some issues with the detailed wording. Do you want to raise those briefly?
Yes, please. We don't think this policy is positive enough to support the heritage environment, the historic environment. First of all, on part 1A, there's wording depending on the nature of the works / development proposed. That's not wording that appears in the NPPF. We were so concerned about this policy that we took advice on it, and the points I'm raising are points which have been advised to the Parish Council by Planning Council. We think that wording should be removed. It's vague and unworkable, and it weakens the protection to heritage assets afforded in the MPPF. Paragraph 189 in the previous version required a heritage statement, and this seems to be removing that requirement. We think paragraph 2 should be expanded to record the full extent of functions which heritage assets can serve, as appears in the MPPF. Paragraph 3 we think is inconsistent with policy because it doesn't go on to consider the potential impacts. So while it's different, we think the use of different wording and not reflecting the MPPF, which other policies do, and we've just been discussing LP20 with the ANOB, and that being altered to reflect the national framework policy should be reflected here equally. There's no consideration. We think the steps to ensure consistency with the MPPF need to be broken down. So the need for clear and convincing justification with regard to any harm to or the loss of significance to a heritage asset should be spelt out. The test of substantial harm 2, or the loss of designated heritage assets, because these tests are different to the different assets. So the different tests, should we say, be spelt out. The test of less than substantial harm to designated heritage assets, and then the test in respect of non-designated heritage assets. Ma'am, I've sat at planning meetings where the structure is the tests that are supposed to be followed under the NPPF are not followed because the committee members are not aware of them, and it's not drawn to their attention. They're told it's a matter of planning judgment. Well, that doesn't actually help them if they're not familiar with the MPP, not familiar enough to go through the NPPF tests. And we think there needs to be specific reference to the impact on significance through development within the setting of a heritage asset. And we also think that Baber has 5 registered parks and gardens, one of which is in Chiltern, and I should declare a personal interest because it's on my property. Whilst Historic England is consulted, there is a regular failure to consult the Gardens Trust, which is the statutory body for consultation on registered parks and gardens, and so we'd like a specific reference to them as well, please. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mrs. Valden?
Thank you. It's just a minor editing point. I got to the bottom of the page and it says point 5A. I turned over to see where B and C were, and there is no B and C, so I'm wondering if that shouldn't just be one paragraph.
Yes,
I know it's a minor point, but I literally turned over to see what B and C is, and there wasn't any. So I don't know if
I've done that.
Yeah.
And I've spotted that one. And there are a few other places where we've got kind of 1As and then there's no Bs or Cs, but the council has is going to be going through, it was a piece of work I identified on the first day when they were going to go through and look at consistency and in wording and things like that. So hopefully they will pick that up, and the other ones in other policies as well. But yes, thank you for highlighting that. And Mr. Short, you wanted to come back?
Yes, thank you. There was one extra point which I don't think I covered, which was at 1533 of the supporting text. The enabling development is referred to specifically, and it would be in exceptional circumstances and not normally be in circumstances that not normally be acceptable in order to secure the enabling development. But in paragraph 2A of LP21, the final part of that requires the development to comply with all the relevant policies of the plan. I just wondered if that needs to be sort of looked at in the overall review, because I thought the idea of it is it might not be in compliance with all the relevant policies of the plan if it's in circumstances which are not normally acceptable.
Yeah. Is there anything the council want to come back on the points that either Lady Hart or what Mr. Short has just said? You're on mute, Mr. Bedford.
Sorry, I apologise. I think we're content to leave you to form your own judgment in the light of the various submissions and representations. I think the ground has been fairly well rehearsed.
Yep, that's fine. And certainly, having noted what's been said in the various statements, I don't have any other questions on LP21. Unless there's anything else anyone specifically wants to raise, we'll move on to LP22. Right, so this one's about change of use for equestrian or other animal and rural land-based uses. I noticed that the council suggested some main modifications for 1L and 2H to conform with the NPPF in terms of the transport issue. So you're consistent with the wording in the NPPF. I would agree that those are necessary. But I would like to just ask a number of questions. Given that this policy kind of covers the change of use of land and erection of necessary associated buildings, can the council explain why it's necessary to have part 1A, where you've got to establish a functional need? I can understand that if there was going to be a dwelling, but I wasn't quite clear on a change of use why you'd have to establish a functional need.
I think I'll ask Mr. Hobbs to comment on the thinking behind that.
We have a footnote to the policy that establishes a functional test is necessary to establish whether it is essential for the proper functioning of the enterprise for one or more workers to be ready available at most times.
Yeah, I noted the footnote, but I'm still not clear why a change of use of land would require someone to be there, kind of like, you know, a functional need for them to be there day and night to deal with emergencies. If we're just looking at a change of use of land.
I think the intention was in some instances where animals are involved, people wish to be there a lot of the time, and then that can transpire into becoming more of a permanent use for residential accommodation alongside the change of use of land.
But I think you need to look at that and consider whether it is necessary in terms of that, because I think dwellings would be picked up under your other policies that we considered last week. So if you can have a look at that and just consider whether it's necessary.
Okay, we will do.
And my other question on this one is that is to do with the removal of permitted development rights. I mean, given the PPG says that area-wide removal of permitted development rights may not pass the test of necessity or reasonableness, and paragraph 54 of the framework says that you need clear justification. I do note the comments you've made on this, but why is simply being a rural district clear justification for an area-wide removal of permitted development rights?
I think part of the answer to that is certainly in relation to part 2 of the policy. I think that there may be different considerations in relation to part 1, but in relation to part 2, you would be dealing then with residential development, because obviously that's what part 2 is concerned with, and that would be effectively by definition residential development in a location that the NPPF would not expect normally to see residential development taking place in line with paragraph 80A of the NPPF. And so I think we're taking the view that if you're permitting development in a location where you wouldn't normally permit development, then that which is being proposed and therefore is being justified could be approved if that is the case, but it shouldn't then be a springboard for what you might call the normal things that go with residential development, which are all the Class A permitted development rights. If there is then a justification for that development expanding, that ought to go through a planning process so that the same exceptional circumstances test effectively can be applied. I think that's the thinking on part 2, but in terms of the part 1 part of the policy, there may be different considerations. I don't know if Mr. Hobbs got anything further he wants to add on why permitted development rights should be removed in relation to a part 1 case.
No, I don't have anything further to add.
Right, well, I'll think about that. Mrs. Bowden?
Yeah, I just wanted to seek some clarification. This policy refers to change of for equestrian and other animal/rural land-based uses. Would that include intensive poultry units? So would these apply to poultry units, or is that's my question, because it has a big impact, because some of these, I mean, this is sort of a whole page and a half of policies, whereas new agricultural rural buildings in the countryside LP24 only has 14 lines. So I wonder whether would these apply to intensive poultry units, or are they covered under other animal husbandry?
Would the council like to?
I think that that's probably one of those questions that it might depend on the particular proposal. I mean, I think as a generality, if the poultry unit was itself an agricultural activity, then I think you would expect that to be dealt with in LP24. But there could be some forms of poultry activity which don't neatly fall within the definition of agricultural, and so they may be dealt with as a rural land-based use, and then that might need to be dealt with under LP22. I think it probably be a case of, I'm afraid it's not a neat answer, but I think it may be that it depends. It depends on the particular proposal as to which of those policies would be the most appropriate policy to apply to it.
Mrs. Bowden, you want to come back?
Yeah, given the representations that we've made and the proliferation of very large industrial poultry units in areas of rural mid Suffolk, surely we need more clarity than we don't know, it depends. There are plans to double the size of the factory and for them to process 3.2 million birds a week. So to say, oh, well, it depends on what it is. As I say, LP22 is a page long, LP24 has 14 lines. If a massive industry in rural areas of mid Suffolk is covered by 14 lines, then I'd like to know why equestrian use gets a whole page and something that is going to have a massive impact on areas of rural mid Suffolk gets 14 lines.
Yeah, Mrs. Ives?
Yes, I completely agree with Odil's comments, and I will refer back to issues where, and I think a lot of my submissions have highlighted this, that intensive livestock production is classified in national legislation as agriculture. And on that basis, it falls between the gaps in planning policies. And this is an example of that, because I think by definition, animal husbandry probably would be interpreted by most as small animal rearing, or caring for animals on small plots of land. Intensive poultry units are massive industrial installations, which I think a lot of people fail consistently to understand. There has been a huge step change in the development of intensive poultry units in the last 10 years. And whereas sheds referred to as intensive poultry units would contain maybe 10,000 birds and only consists of 2 or 3 sheds on the site, now what we're looking at is sheds, and those sheds would be about the length of a tennis court. Sheds now are the length of football pitches, and sites can contain 3 or 5 or 8 of those buildings. So instead of having 12,000, 10,000 birds in a shed, you're now looking at 50,000 birds in a shed. And the amount of waste and pollution and traffic, HGV traffic, generated by those units is significant. And I think that this deal is quite correct in saying that a lot of what is contained within this policy does actually refer probably more so to the intensive poultry unit industry. And I think it should reflect that.
So can I just understand? So what are you saying, and what Mrs. Fowden's saying is that you would prefer if the intensive poultry units were considered under LP 22 than LP 24. Is that the kind of the much more intensive criteria or more detailed criteria? Is that the kind of
I think it possibly could be determined between the two policies. So aspects of what is contained in LP 22 and LP 24 could be applied. But I think the way that the LP 22 policy is headed as land use for other animal and rural use and contains the word husbandry, perhaps could be misinterpreted when it comes to determining planning applications for intensive poultry units.
Is there, would the council like to say anything more on that?
I think it's probably something that we can reflect on because there is potential for some overlap between LP24 and LP22, and that's probably not the most helpful. So I think we probably ought to try to make it clear, as it were, what job each of those two policies is intended to do. And then in the light of that, I think we can probably reflect on which of the two is the best policy platform for then dealing with poultry units.
Yeah, I mean, I think that would be helpful. I mean, because obviously we've got, you know, a lot of detailed comments from both the parish council and from Mrs. Ives and from Mr. Edwards as well about these. And I think we do need to be sure how they're going to be dealt with, because it obviously is causing a lot of issues for the local people in the area. So I think, yeah, we do need to have a look at that. Mr. Hobbs, do you want to?
Thank you, Ma'am. Just to say that the policy's been developed through consultation process, and yeah, clearly, if we need to consider that further, we can do that. I think we're very live to the issues. Certainly, they've been raised through the consultation at public meetings. So, as Mr. Bedford suggests, if we take that away and have revisit that, we can do that.
Yeah. Mrs. Ives?
Yes, I think that would be very useful. Thank you.
No problem. And Mrs. Fowden, you?
Yeah, I was going to agree, but I've also, for instance, going back to a discussion we had earlier, 1F for LP22 says the proposal must include a satisfactory scheme for the disposal of waste. Well, obviously that would help incredibly with intensive poultry units, because then we could see where they're so, and also the changes made that you referenced earlier to L and I think it was, they're not the same as the LP24 recommended changes to 2D, and I'm not sure what the difference is, why the impact of an equestrian unit is different to the impact of an intensive poultry unit, when I assume that there'll be many more vehicles on the poultry unit than there are. So I don't see why those two policies don't tie up, why they're not the same if they both follow the NPPF. So I would be very appreciative if they could come back and consult, because it is an issue, and one that hasn't been looked at, and one that wasn't modelled, as I said the other day, in the WSP modelling that looked at the highways and the transport and the sustainability appraisal. As I said, poultry is mentioned twice in the sustainability appraisal, and it is a massive industry in rural areas of Mid Suffolk, and it's going to have a huge impact on places that don't have the highway network to cope with it.
Right, yeah, well, I'm sure the council will take on board what's been said, and say if they can reflect and come back to me with some suggested whether, you know, how these two policies work together, and how intensive poultry units are going to be dealt with. That would be very helpful. Is there anything else people want to say on LP22? Mrs. Ives?
Sorry, just to go back to the point about waste, it would also, I agree again on that point, F, that where it mentions a satisfactory scheme for the disposal of waste, perhaps also look in more detail at the wording for specifying the volume and the nature of the waste, the periods when the waste is produced, the destination for the disposal of the waste, and also sometimes where that waste from intensive poultry units can't be disposed of because of specific regulations on when it can and can't be spread on the land, it has to be stored somewhere, and all of that has potential for polluting effect. So I think it is critical that that's fully understood and is somehow captured within this policy.
Thank you.
Madam, just briefly to respond on that, I think we would say that clearly it's not appropriate for this policy to effectively be written purely around one particular form of development. But secondly, the words "a satisfactory scheme" is perfectly capable of embracing all the type of issues that Ms. Ives has just referred to. What is satisfactory will obviously turn on the particulars, including, you know, the whole range of factors that have been described.
Yeah. Yes, no, I mean, I appreciate this isn't only about intensive poultry units, but we need to just look at the two policies and make sure that we're confident that the issues that the intensive poultry units are throwing up it is going to be addressed properly in the plan, as alongside other things. And Mrs. Ives, did you want to come back again?
No, I will leave it with you.
Right, a redundant hand. Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you.
So if we move on to LP23, which in fact I have no further questions on this. So is there anything others wish to raise on that, or the council wishes to add? Yeah, Lady Hart.
Thank you, Ma'am. The Chiltern Parish Council's comments were that the policy paragraph 1, sorry, paragraph 1A of this policy needs revision to include that the proposed development shouldn't cause harm to heritage assets. In LP 22, the change of use there, that there's policy wording in paragraph 1H that it won't protect and enhance heritage assets and their setting. So we think there should be similar wording in agricultural land going to gardens, and equally paragraph F in LP 22 with the change of use has wording for protection of significant trees and hedgerows, and we think that should equally apply to a change of use for agricultural land to residential garden land in LP 23. So it's a point about consistency really between the policies.
Yeah, I'm aware of your comments, and I will consider those when I'm looking at the wording of the plan. Mr. Stringer.
Thank you, Ma'am. Sorry, I had a power cut here for the last few minutes.
Oh dear.
Forgive me if I'm catching up. But that policy, that title difference, and LP 22 and LP 24, that is going to get addressed, isn't it? Because I'm very concerned that if I was thinking about building a new cow barn or duck unit or something, I might not think LP 22 has anything to do with me at all because of that word other, because other is often unusual, whereas normal, as opposed to other, would be agricultural. So, and the whole waste thing needs to be sorted out, big time. So recent chicken units were generating something like 200 tonnes a week per unit, which is, significant. And of course, they may just apply for an agricultural building in the countryside. It sort of sits very awkwardly. So if I can have clarification as to where we've got to, that would be really helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sure the council can make sure they look at that in the when they're looking at the work they're going to look on those policies. Lady Hart, is yours a redundant hand again?
Apologies, Ma'am. I'm obviously not hitting this firmly enough.
I think it would be helpful. I am conscious of the time, but given that LP 24, we have been kind of looking at that in relation to LP 22. I think it might be helpful if we looked at that now before we finished for today. Even though it is, I know we're getting towards 3:30, but I think because they are linked, and I think it might be helpful if we considered it now rather than trying to consider it afresh again tomorrow, because I think a lot of the issues that potentially have been raised have probably been partly addressed in our discussion. I notice in this that, again, the council have suggested a main modification to part 1. I just wanted to understand what the reasoning was for in that modification for changing within the countryside to which it now says which are in rural locations. I was just trying to understand why you've changed that wording.
Ask Mr. Hobbs if he can clarify why that was reformulated. I think that there was an intention to explain that in what paragraph 10.01 of the hearing statement says, but probably best if Mr. Hobbs can try and put some flesh on the bones of that.
Yes, that's correct. Correct, Mum. It's paragraph 10.01 of our hearing statement outlines that it's felt that the application, the clarity in the application of the policy could be improved by terminology to be made more consistent with the NPPF. by referring to rural development rather than in the countryside. So rural development in the countryside rather than remote, isolated, or detached. So it's proposed to remove the words remote, isolated, or detached within the countryside and say which are in rural locations. Now, whether you feel it's more appropriate to say which are in rural locations in the countryside, then obviously we can consider that. But that was the rationale behind it.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just that, I mean, often I think open countryside in kind of planning policy terms is generally quite well understood as the kind of area beyond the settlement boundaries, where within rural locations is possible, you know, it's not possibly as clear. I mean, I've got no problem with removing the kind of remote, isolated and detached, but I think kind of in the countryside might be is still possibly useful. So could you look at that and just consider that wording again?
Certainly, Madam, we will do. And I think trying to make sense of the hearing statement, I think obviously that was written and submitted to you back in June before we had the latest 2021 MPPF. So I think it was intended to be a reference to paragraph 85 of the current MPPF, which obviously talks about sites to meet local business and community needs in rural areas may have to be found adjacent to or beyond existing settlements. So I think it was, in a sense, recognising that there will be some that may be actually in settlements as well as those which will be outside of settlements. I think that's what we were trying to get at, but absolutely we will look at that again and see if we can make that clearer.
Thank you. No, I mean, I know Mrs. Ives and Stradbroke Parish Council is there. I mean, given what we've discussed under LP 22, I mean, I know you made quite a lot of comments on this policy. Is there anything else you want to add to what we've already discussed, or are you happy with what we've said and how we're going to be looking at these policies?
I just wanted to reiterate that when I mentioned that the 2D had been changed, I still think there should be one about the cumulative impact, which is what it's been changed to. But if it's to remain a separate policy, I do also think it needs to have what LP22 has, which is significant impacts on highway safety or the function of the highway network must be mitigated. The resultant impact on highway safety or function must not be severe. That's different to the one that's written, which is about the severe cumulative impact. So that there are two different parts of the MPPF, and I think it's important that should be retained, because the cumulative and in combination effect of all of these units needs to be looked at, and officers need to be given that facility to do it. They don't have it at the moment. To quote John Pateman G, who's the planning officer, all applications are decided on their own merit and we can only decide the application that's before us. So they don't look at the in combination, that there might be 5 units here, 5 units down the road and another 5 units, which in combination and cumulatively will have a severe impact on the highway.
Mrs. Ives, did you want to say anything else? No, you taking your hand back down, right? Yeah,
that's exactly the point I was going to make. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Mr. Hobbs.
It was just a point to make reference also to the fact that we're revisiting LP 32 following the session on Monday around highway safety. So just making that point to just remind people that there is a specific transport policy in the plan as well.
Yeah. Mr. Clow.
Thank you. I just wanted to make comment on the change to part 2D. Welcome the inclusion of a reference to severe cumulative impacts in that policy, but I do also think that the wording in LP 22, which has been added around significant impacts on the highway must be mitigated, should also be in 24. Thank you.
Thank you. So is there anything else on LP24 that people want to raise? Mrs. Rowden?
Yeah, so I just wanted to make sure that how are we reconsulted on this?
Well, the council will put, I mean, they're going to go away and consider it, and will give me something back, and then I will decide what kind of modifications. That my role and my fellow inspector's role is that we consider what modifications are needed to make the plan sound. Those modifications will be subject to public consultation, so you will have the opportunity then to make comments on it and see whether you're happy or not.
Thank you.
Well, it is now 3:30, so I'm going to say we'll leave it for today, and we will come back tomorrow to discuss the remaining 5 policies. Thank you all very much for your contributions today, and I'll see you all again tomorrow morning. Or some of you. If I should say that if we have considered the kind of policies that you're interested in, then that's fine. You know, obviously you don't need to come back tomorrow morning. It might be worth just letting the programme officer know that you're not coming back, so we're not waiting for you to kind of come into the meeting. But other than that, I'll see you